less in monthly premiums than you're currently paying now. Well, the same thing applies to the teachers union. I can show the union that they can purchase a more comprehensive health insurance plan that is in full compliance with the Affordable Care Act and will cost the taxpayers up to 40% less in monthly health insurance premiums. For more information, you can call me at 630-863-3477. That's 630-863-3477.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
AM 560, The Answer.
Thanks for being with us. Time for a technology update, and it's brought to you by Dell. Help employees increase productivity and do their best work when you upgrade to new Dell PCs with Intel Core processors. Learn more at Dell.com/radio. A new survey from the dating site Match.com, just in time for Valentine's Day today, finds Americans with iPhones are picky about their partners. The survey shows iPhone owners are 21 times more likely to judge others negatively for having an Android, while those who have an Android are only 15 times more likely to judge others negatively for having an iPhone. And those who have older models of either smartphone are 56% less likely to get a date. Glad I'm not single. I still have an iPhone 5C. While Android and iPhone users would rather date someone with their taste in gadgets, they do agree on some things when it comes to first dates. Bad grammar is looked upon unfavorably by 39% of singles, followed by crooked or discolored teeth, then unfashionable or just plain bad clothing. That'll do it for this hour. For Jennifer Kashenka, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
This is the year. It's time to sell or buy your home. The realtor you choose should have experience and success. Hi, I'm John Wright of the Wright Real Estate Group. We've sold 1,100 homes in 142 towns and municipalities in Chicagoland. Chances are you know someone who has sold or purchased a home from the Wright Real Estate Group of Keller Williams. Let our success be your success when buying or selling a home. The Wright Real Estate Group doesn't rely on celebrity endorsements to sell your home. We rely on results. When you're ready to buy or sell a home, call me, John Wright, at 630-407-1641 or log on to WrightRealEstateGroup.com. Sell or buy a home through the Wright Real Estate Group, and we'll donate $500 at closing to Food for the Poor to feed 10 children in your honor. Call 630-407-1641. The Wright Real Estate Group of Keller Williams. Moving at the speed of right.
It's news, opinion, insight. It's AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Dave Anthony. The National Security Advisor resigns. Michael Flynn stepped down late last night, admitting he gave Vice President Pence and others incomplete information about his phone calls with Russia's ambassador before President Trump took office.
Retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg, who served as Paul Bremer's chief of staff at the start of the Iraq War, has been named the interim National Security Advisor. Among the names being considered as a permanent replacement, retired General David Petraeus, the former CIA director, director who was forced to resign after he shared classified information with his mistress. At the top of the short list, Admiral Bob Harward, a former Navy SEAL who grew up in Iran and served as Defense Secretary Jim Mattis's deputy when he headed U.S. Central Command. Traveling with the Defense Secretary, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Some Russian lawmakers defended Flynn. One calls what happened paranoia, and others said the real casualty is Russian relations. The U.S. has a new Treasury Secretary, Steve Mnuchin.
He'll work 28 hours a day if they give him the extra 4 hours. He will be very, very special.
President Trump at his swearing in. Only one Democrat supported Mnuchin in the Senate, Joe Manchin. The rest worried he's a Wall Street insider. All eyes were on another nominee. David Shulkin was unanimously confirmed to head Veterans Affairs. He was a VA undersecretary under President Obama. The judge in Washington state who blocked President Trump's executive order halting travel from 7 mostly Muslim countries deemed terror threats rules the lawsuit filed by 2 states can move forward even as an appeal is still under consideration.
Late last week, a judge on the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals requested both the federal government and attorneys for Washington state and Minnesota file briefs on whether the full appeals court should reconsider the ruling that upheld a restraining order preventing full implementation of the executive order.
Fox's Jared Halpern, a federal judge, has barred that order in Virginia, calling it based on unconstitutional religious bias. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
33 degrees this morning. 5:02 is our time on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. A statewide Amber Alert has been issued for a 15-year-old girl abducted from Gary, Indiana. Gary police say Chastanae Reeves went missing yesterday morning after her mother became a victim of a crime.
She's been missing since approximately 2 o'clock this morning from the 2000 block of Main Street in Gary. She went to that location to seek assistance after her mother was the victim of a crime and has now since gone missing.
Because she went missing and her mother was the victim of a crime, she's believed, according to Gary police, to be in extreme danger. 2 young girls remain on life support. Following separate shootings over the weekend on Chicago's South Side, police are still searching for those who shot the 12-year-old and 11-year-old Saturday night. Investigators believe both girls were not the intended targets. Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel hoping his outreach to the Trump administration will be fruitful for the city. AM 560's David Stewart with more from City Hall.
The mayor's spokesman called Emanuel's Monday trip to Washington an exercise in relationship building. The mayor met with Attorney General Jeff Sessions and discussed ways to combat Chicago's rash of gun violence and ways to bring back proactive community policing. Emanuel wants Washington's help with tougher gun crime prosecutions and money for police equipment and training and for job and after-school programs. A separate set of meetings concentrated on the city's transportation funding needs. David Stewart, NBC News Radio, Chicago.
The FBI says a man suspected of robbing 3 suburban banks since last summer struck again over the weekend in Naperville. The suspect entered the Fifth Third Bank branch on Ridgeland Avenue before handing the teller a note. He left with an undisclosed amount of money. The same man, investigators believe, robbed banks in Brookfield and Darien last month and Lombard last August. Cal Northwestern University, among other leading colleges, siding with civil liberties lawyers in opposing President Donald Trump's travel restrictions. In papers filed Monday in a New York federal court, Northwestern University contended the order blocking travel from 7 predominantly majority Muslim countries would threaten their ability to educate future leaders from nearly every continent. A Southwest Illinois school official says he plans to seek the Democratic nomination for governor in 2018. Robert Diber is a Madison County Regional Superintendent of Schools. He's a former Marine Township supervisor. He ran unsuccessfully for an Illinois House seat 3 times in the 1990s and joins 2 other Democrats with intentions to run against incumbent Bruce Rauner. As the investigation into statewide reports of vote fraud widens, county records show a Southwest Illinois police chief may have voted in several village elections, even though he did not live in the village. Belleville News Democrat reports Marissa Police Chief Thomas Prather voted in 4 election cycles that included ballots for elected positions in Marissa, even though he did not live there. The newspaper cites St. Clair County records. County clerk says it's possible Prather only cast votes for non-village questions, but right now that is impossible to know. White Sox pitchers and catchers reporting.
for work in Arizona. Cubs report to Arizona later today. Another former Cub is joining the Royals. Kansas City agreeing to a 2-year deal with hard thrower Travis Wood. College hoops last night. Second-ranked Villanova beat DePaul 75-62. The news service of the Chicago Auto Show. Shake off that winter rust and visit the Chicago Auto Show at McCormick Place now through the 20th. Download the Chicago Auto Show app for the chance to win a 2-year lease on an all-new Buick Envision or GMC Acadia. Find out more at ChicagoAutoShow.com. 5:06, we'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Do you own or run a business in Illinois that succeeded in this challenging economic environment? If so, we want to hear about it. AM 560's Business Tour 2017, presented by Signature Bank, will be highlighting business success stories. Tell us your story and be a part of a live broadcast of Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy. Find out more and submit your information at 560theanswer.com/business. That's 560theanswer.com/business.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
The C.H. Hansen Company stands proud as a great American hand tool manufacturer. Founder C.H. Hansen was a Chicago native, and the company remains family-owned and operated for over a century and a half. C.H. Hansen wishes to thank their employees for their service and customers for their business. C.H. Hansen offers over 2,000 products, stock and custom order in 8 product categories, including steel stamps, stencils, metal tags, barricade and flagging tapes, plus Palmgren, makers of work-holding vices and metalworking machinery. Although business, products, customers, and the industry have changed, the leadership of C.H. Hansen continues to attribute success on the founding principles of faith and quality tools. The mission of C.H. Hansen is to glorify God by the way that they serve their customers, treat employees, and help community. This is accomplished by providing valued products, exemplary customer service, and operation excellence. Visit chhansen.com or palmgren.com for more information.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Lou Bridges Show. Get foreclosure defense solutions that may save your home. Saturday mornings at 8 on AM 560, The Answer.
5:08, a check of the roads this early morning. In the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center, here is Jim Talamonte.
Good morning, Mike. In Maywood, 9th Avenue is closed between Madison and Wilcox after a fiery crash during the early morning hours. The expressways and tollways are pretty quiet right now. There's some road work on the outbound Ryan, 87th to the split, 2 left lanes, still 6. Indiana Toll Road, there's some work eastbound from Ripley to 94 in the right lane, and westbound right lane from 94 to Portage. That is scheduled till Monday the 20th. Elsewhere right now, things are looking good, and traffic is a service of Illinois Partners for Clean Air. Why stress over icy roads, traffic, and parking? Public transit gives you flexibility. Get on board with saving time, money, and improving air quality. Learn to breathe easy and save easy with Illinois Partners for Clean Air at cleantheair.org. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's meteorologist Steve Williams.
Sunny skies for this afternoon and a high at 46. It'll be clear to partly cloudy tonight and a low down to 30. Sunshine, it'll be a breezy day, rather mild for tomorrow, and a high at 46. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
35 at O'Hare, 38 along the lakefront. Next news at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein, the show for business and jobs powered by Tandem HR. Heard Sunday evenings at 6.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Did President Trump make the right call on National Security Advisor Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, who has resigned from his post as of late last night? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Amy, I love the progression of Flynn's demise. I don't love it, but the structure of it. Right? This is how it always happens. You go from full confidence to there's an evaluation ongoing.
Yeah.
To the situation is fluid to you're gone.
Uh-huh.
And that happened in about 24 hours for Flynn.
Yeah. I mean, at 4 p.m. in the afternoon, Kellyanne Conway said, no, President Trump, he has full confidence in General Flynn. And then 64 minutes later, Spicer came out and said that they're evaluating the situation. And then while most of you were sleeping, General Flynn released his resignation letter saying, basically it was one page and that he's resigning and that he misled administration officials regarding his communications with the Russian ambassador.
He said, I inadvertently briefed the vice president-elect and others with incomplete information regarding my phone calls with the Russian ambassador. I have sincerely apologized to the president and the vice president, and they have accepted my apology. Did Donald Trump make the right decision in context? By the way, just as a housekeeping matter, retired Army General Keith Kellogg is now the acting National Security Advisor. He was also a Trump campaign policy advisor. And under consideration for the permanent job.
Oh, yeah, say it. Come on.
Along with Kellogg, the interim, along with retired Navy Vice Admiral Robert Harward,
come on,
former Deputy Commander of U.S. Joint Forces Command, is
yes,
the one and only.
Yes, say it.
Mr. Paula Broadwell.
General Petraeus.
Yes.
I don't know about after this stunning fall from grace if they're going to go with Petraeus, considering he gave national security information to his mistress. I don't know if that would be the prudent thing to do, but he also apologized. Petraeus apologized for doing that as well. But I mean, this is really a stunning fall from grace. I mean, you look at the relationship. General Mike Flynn was with Donald Trump from the beginning.
All right, we had him on this show as a surrogate during the campaign.
Yep. And he briefed Donald Trump every day. That was his go-to guy. I mean, they were pretty close. It was more than just his national security advisor. They were friends.
Well, the other thing about this, and this is the point that Chuck Krauthammer,
Chuckster,
he lets me call him Chuck,
okay,
and others made, is you have a cover-up of a non-crime.
This is a cover-up without a crime. The idea that one should be all aghast because the incoming national security advisor spoke with the Russian ambassador and spoke about sanctions seems to me to be perfectly reasonable. The idea that it was illegal is preposterous. When I hear Nancy Pelosi get all upset about this and how in the grip of the Russians this shows us to be, this is an absurdity. But then you ask yourself, well, then why did he lie about it, even internally in talking to the vice president? And that shows a tremendous lapse of judgment.
Yeah, the lapse of judgment, the trust is the issue. There's a lot of banding about, particularly among Democrats, that, there's a violation of the Logan Act here, which prohibits non-authorized Americans from negotiating with foreign interests effectively, which is that's absurd. Krauthammer makes the point that's absurd. The issue is being less than forthright with the president and the vice president.
Yeah,
that's what it comes down to.
It's a matter of trust. And then you think about the person who brought this to their attention. It was Acting Attorney General Sally Yates, who wouldn't enforce the travel ban. But she warned the White House last month that he could be blackmailed and that they had intercepted phone conversations, that transcripts of phone conversations that General Kelly had with the Russian ambassador.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you brought that up because it raises a concern. And that concern is detailed in the Wall Street Journal's op-ed on this yesterday, before Flynn announced his resignation. So the Journal op-ed, U.S. intelligence agency services routinely get orders from FISA courts to monitor foreign officials. But under U.S. law, when they get those orders, they're supposed to use minimization procedures that don't let them listen to the communications of Americans who might be caught in such eavesdropping. That is, they're supposed to protect the identity and speech of innocent Americans. Yet the Washington Post, which broke the story, says it spoke to multiple U.S. officials claiming to know what Mr. Flynn said on that call. The question someone in the White House should ask the NSA is, why didn't they use minimization procedures to protect Flynn? Or did it have a court order to listen to Mr. Flynn? And if it did, how did it justify that judicial request? The questions that are raised here speak to, do we have an intelligence community or parts of the intelligence community, as we've talked about previously, that are essentially seeking to undermine the President of the United States or some of his top advisors? Remember, the kind of establishment intelligence community, not necessarily big fans of Michael Flynn, in part because he sort of whipped them into shape in Afghanistan during his time there. And
it's such an accomplished military career.
Well, and so those are real questions that are raised. And Richard Pearl was on Steve Malzberg's show on Newsmax, and he essentially raised the same concern. Listen to Richard Pearl, who, of course, was a national security advisor in both the Reagan and W. Bush administrations.
There's a huge effort underway to make problems for Mike Flynn. I don't think there's any doubt about that. We don't know the substance of the conversation, so it's very difficult to judge.
Right.
He says he can't rule out that it was mentioned, which may be an indication that something was said in passing and he attributed no importance to it. Without the substance of the conversation, we won't know. But what's really striking is that if there are intercepts, these leaks of intercepts are coming from within inside the intelligence community. And that's a terrible thing, undermining the national security advisor by leaking information. And clearly, the intelligence community doesn't like Flynn because he shook them up when he was trying to make our intelligence services effective in Afghanistan. And he did a lot of things that were not welcome by the CIA.
Yeah, so if so Trump and Pence and the administration may have a much bigger problem on their hand than just the perfidy or faulty recollection of former National Security Advisor Mike Flynn.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Happy Valentine's Day. I can't even say that without laughing because I cannot stand Valentine's Day. It's such a Hallmark holiday. But there is a St. Valentine, though, right?
There is a St. Valentine's Day, and we'll learn about him later in the show.
Oh, yeah.
But nothing says Happy St. Valentine's Day like a little review of a dismissed National Security Advisor.
Exactly.
That's how I like to spend my Valentine's Day.
Exactly. Today we're going to have intervals of clouds and sunshine. It will be windy and mild, a high of 48 degrees. Then tonight it's going to be becoming brisk and colder, a low of 23. And tomorrow, breezy, colder. Average temperatures for this time of year, a high of 35 degrees. Let's jump into the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center that has the red drapes out and pink comforters. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Oh, it's just so snuggly, Amy. Good morning. Good morning, and a happy St. Valentine's Day to both of you. Things are quiet on the expressways and tollways for now. A little bit of leftover overnight work on the outbound ride from 87th to the split, 2 left lanes. No delay there. Road work on the eastbound Indiana Toll Road from Ripley to 94 in the right lane. There is one closure in Maywood of 9th Avenue between Madison and Wilcox. There was a fiery rollover crash at in that area. 9th Avenue is still blocked off between Wilcox and Madison. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
No more excuses, gentlemen. It's a new year, and you need to stop putting things off, especially when it comes to taking care of your health. If you want to enjoy this nice weather that's forthcoming, like I'm going to this weekend, golf, shooting.
You can go golfing Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday.
I might.
Let me know how you do.
Yeah.
4.
I'm taking a sabbatical from this show to play golf in this unseasonably warm weather. Low T Center makes it quick and easy to get your testosterone levels checked. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and with the convenience of an on-site lab, you'll know your results in about 20 minutes. So if you're drinking coffee or energy drinks just to get you through the day, or if you always feel like you need a nap, you may have low T. Low T levels make you feel tired and grumpy, can raise your cholesterol, and even cause weight gain. So I personally recommend going to my friend at Low T Center. They accept most health insurance. They're in-network for most providers. Have flexible hours, including on Saturdays, so don't hesitate to find out what your number is this new year. I'm sure glad I did. Call my friends at Low T Center and tell them Dan Prof sent you. Call 630-409-4305. That's 630-409-4305. Again, Low T Center can be reached at 630-409-4305 or online at lowtcenter.com.
You're never too old to learn something new, especially when it concerns your golden years. Join North Shore Capital Group at their retirement educational classes held at local colleges in your community. Each class is an interactive workshop that's held over 2 sessions and includes a workbook for you to keep and follow. Instructor Victor Rigoni will provide you with the tools and guidance to help you reach your personal finance retirement goals. At the end of the full class, you'll receive an opportunity to book an independent, complimentary consultation so that you can implement a proper retirement strategy. It's never too late to educate yourself about retirement. Call North Shore Capital Group, 312-260-7929. That's 312-260-7929 to find a workshop near you. North Shore Capital Group Incorporated, an independent firm with securities offered through Summit Brokerage Services, Inc., member FINRA SIPC, and advisory services offered through Summit Financial Group, Inc., a registered investment advisor. 847-735-9200, 250 East Illinois Road, Suite 201, Lake Forest, Illinois, 60045. If I only had more leads, if I only had more prospects to sell to. Sound familiar? The Sales Prospecting Group is ready to help you take your business to the next level. The Sales Prospecting Group is a local Chicagoland company that has helped hundreds of companies nationwide to secure new business by getting them in the door. The Sales Prospecting Group will get you appointments with qualified prospects to help you grow your business. They don't use contract labor or offshore callers. Their in-house staff of business account executives are highly trained, professional, and effective. The Sales Prospecting Group will build a custom campaign specifically for your business. They know how to navigate complex corporate hierarchies to get to the right people and get you connected with them. The Sales Prospecting Group specializes exclusively on B2B sales. Call the Sales Prospecting Group now to learn how they could help your business grow in 2017. 630-701-9052. 630-701-9052. The Sales Prospecting Group. It's time to grow.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, another Trump administration news. You had Steve Mnuchin confirmed as Treasury Secretary yesterday.
Saw the swearing in. It was nice.
That was a party line vote. And the VA Secretary Shulkin, unanimous vote.
Yeah.
So 2 more cabinet secretaries in place.
But then you have Puzder, who's coming up, and there's 4 Republicans who are they haven't committed yet one way or the other whether or not they're going to support him. And one being Tim Scott from South Carolina.
There's a really good piece by Bill McGurn in the Wall Street Journal about Trump's abolitionist cabinet, and he's referring to the fact that he has cabinet officials that want to abolish or greatly reduce the scope of the cabinet departments they had.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a good thing. And the reason that the Democrats' mantra with these Trump appointees is that they're all uniquely unqualified, and this has been the phrase that's been used by Pocahontas Sacagawea and Patty Murray, Mom on a Mission, and Senate Minority Leader Pagliacci, all of them.
Mom on a mission.
Yeah, Mom on a mission. Yeah, she's in little running shoes. She's in her little running shoes.
She's got to go. She's jumping the minivan.
Yeah, she's a dynamo.
I got to go.
Yeah. The reason they're doing that is because these secretaries or nominees, the likes of Betsy DeVos, certainly the likes of a Scott Pruitt over at EPA, they want to reduce the size and scope of government. That's been their disposition, and hopefully they bring it to their position in the Trump cabinet. But that's really the divide when they talk about uniquely qualified or unqualified. It's that they're uniquely unqualified to extend big government, and that's what the Democrats don't like, and that's the litmus test they're using to assess Trump's cabinet nominations.
And
Want
I
to direct
love,
people to that McGurn piece because it's quite good.
Yeah, and I love what the left says with Pudzer. They're saying he's a greedy burger baron, and he's sexist because of his commercials, his Carl Jr. commercials.
He's the Hamburglar.
I love his commercials. It's all right.
So
it's
do
okay to
I.
admire a good-looking woman. It's not a bad thing.
Thank
you.
you.
If it sells burgers, then do it.
Thank you for the license. We appreciate it. And it's okay to like looking at nice-looking women on the hoods of cars eating a double cheeseburger. Thank you, Secretary Butler. David in Lake Forest, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Morning. From the beginning, Mike Flynn knew that the CIA was not on his side. When he was at DIA, part of what he wanted to transform was the DIA getting its own actionable intelligence, which just the CIA could not stand for that because they always believed that was their charter and their charter alone. So why Mike Flynn would not be forthcoming with Mike Pence, knowing that Trump was one of his biggest supporters, I just can't fathom, and I have to wonder, is there something else there between Pence and Mike Flynn that nobody knows about?
That is exactly what I was thinking,
Thanks for the
too,
call,
because they were
David.
both maybe vying for Trump's attention, or who wanted to be his right-hand man, because Flynn played that role up until Vice President Pence was,
I don't think it's a turf
chose
battle.
as his vice president.
I don't think it's a turf battle between Pence and Flynn. I think this, I don't know, but I think this has more to do with,
telling the truth.
Not being completely forthright. I think that's kind of what it comes down to. Now, there's other insinuations swirling around that, senior Justice Department officials, including, as you mentioned, the recently departed Sally Yates, warned the White House that Flynn could be vulnerable to Russian blackmail. I mean, part of it is we don't know what exactly was said between Flynn and the Russian ambassador. So it's really hard to make a judgment call, but
But they have transcripts. I mean, there's got to be something there.
Well, we don't know. And so is there something of substance there, or is it simply a matter of his lack of judgment and being completely forthright, and thus he broke the bonds of trust, and thus he had to go? So that's an open question. I don't know the answer to it, but that's among other open questions like the ones that are raised by the Wall Street Journal, like the ones that raised by Richard Pearl about the intelligence community.
And if he's pushed out by maneuvering on the part of the CIA, working with opponents of the administration, it will be a very bad sign for things to come.
Well, that's happened, and so now that question that Pearl, that's implicit in Pearl's comment, is also a legitimate one.
What do you think it means for Deputy National Security Advisor, our good friend KT McFarland?
Oh, I don't know.
Do you think she'll just stay deputy?
Yeah, I don't.
NSA?
I don't know that that has any impact on her status. I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know what her relationships are with the number 2 Kellogg, General Kellogg, that has now been elevated to the interim, or some of the other names that have been suggested as a possible replacement, including your boyfriend Petraeus.
I would love to see General Petraeus be NSA. Wouldn't you? Because I love a second chance. I love,
You know what it is? You know what you love? Let me tell you what you love.
It's his wife, right?
No.
She's a looker. She turns a lot of heads. Oh, I know. That was so catty.
So mean.
I know. So
no.
mean.
Let me tell you what you
so
love.
rude.
Let me tell you why you're...
Because he's a runner. He's been fit. He's in shape.
Let me tell you why you got the screaming thigh sweats for Petraeus to be NSA.
Wait, what did you say?
You heard me. The screaming thigh sweats. You heard me. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Because you like bad boys.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Are you taking Viagra for ED? Now you can get Sildenafil, the active ingredient in Viagra, a generic 20 milligrams for $2 per tablet. That's a savings of $40 per dose. Marley Drug is a North Carolina pharmacy delivering generic Sildenafil to your door. For information on Sildenafil, go to marleygenerics.com or call us at 800-452-1760. That's 1-800-452-1760.
Check out the ammo event this weekend at Point Blank Range and Gun Shop. All ammo will be on sale, including 9mm starting at $10.99. Save up to 30% on a great selection of brand name ammo this Friday through Monday. Point Blank Range and Gun Shop offers a state-of-the-art indoor shooting range, an extensive inventory of firearms, and a supportive, knowledgeable team. The ammo event is this weekend at Point Blank Range and Gun Shop. Visit shootpointblank.com for details. Some restrictions may apply.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, media, stop with the anonymous sources at 5:38.
But first, let's go into the newsroom and say good morning to the one and only Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. 33 degrees. Let's update you on Northern California this morning, where there is still no timetable as to when the evacuation order near Lake Oroville will be lifted. 180,000 people remain evacuated while engineers assess the damage to two Oroville Dam spillways. Meantime, California officials are scrambling this morning. They're saying the Department of Water Resources knew failure of the dam and the spillways could be catastrophic and did nothing about it. 2005 report warned the agency and the governor's office, which is also under fire this morning. President Trump looking for a new national security advisor following last night's resignation of Michael Flynn.
National security advisor, other than the chief of staff, your senior counselor, and your senior advisor, probably the closest person to the president, one who shares real estate in the immediate West Wing with the president. So you want to have somebody there, A, you can trust, B, who will be loyal, and C, somebody you like.
Fox's John Roberts, retired Army Lieutenant General Joseph Keith Kellogg Jr. will stand in as acting National Security Advisor. President Trump says picking Steve Mnuchin to lead the Treasury Department fulfills his promise to only work with the best.
Stephen is a financial legend with an incredible track record of success. I've watched this over the years. He's been my friend for many, many years. Everything he touched has turned to gold. He's done an amazing job, and that's what we want for our country.
Trump speaking at Mnuchin's swearing in at the White House. Another presidential cabinet appointee is in line for confirmation by the Senate today. That would be former wrestling entertainment executive Linda McMahon. A statewide Amber Alert has been issued for a 15-year-old girl abducted from Gary, Indiana, where police say Chastanae Reeves went missing yesterday.
She's been missing since approximately 2 o'clock this morning from the 2000 block of Main Street in Gary. She went to that location to seek assistance after her mother was the victim of a crime and has now since gone missing. Because she went missing and her mother was the victim of that crime, the girl is believed to be in extreme danger. Two young girls remain on life support following separate shootings over the weekend on Chicago's South Side. The University of Illinois names a new dean of the school's library to serve as vice chancellor for academic affairs, and provost designate John Wilkin will serve until a permanent provost is named in the fall. And Hooters is hoping people really do like it just for the food. Hooters management opened a restaurant in the area Monday that does not feature those waitresses in tight tops. It says the Hoots restaurant in Cicero is only a test, but it will serve about a dozen favorite menu items from the larger restaurant chain, including its iconic wings. Sox pitchers and catchers reported to the spring training complex in Arizona yesterday. Pitchers and catchers for the Cubs report today. The news service of Accountemps. Know that your business needs can change in an instant. From increased workload to staff absences, Accountemps can help by providing accounting and finance professionals on a temporary or project basis. Whenever and wherever you need them, call today. Accountemps is a Robert Half company. 5:34, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher believes this is just the beginning of the bashing from the left.
They're in a full-fledged attack. It is nonstop, and it's going to get way worse before it gets better. Are you ready for it? Or are you afraid people are going to start throwing in the towel? They're going to try to beat him and beat his agenda by wearing us down. We're going to be subjected to this crap day in and day out.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Hi, I'm Tom Sedeka, President and CEO of Precision Payroll of America. I'm reaching out to you today and asking you to take a look at your business relationships from a different angle. Have you ever wondered what organizations and causes your vendors support? I have, and it's eye-opening. Our nation is divided, and normal, traditional values are coming under attack by heavily financed aggressors. I can tell you that we do not and will never support hood and matter. We do support our veterans, our students fighting for truth, and yes, AM 560. If you currently use or need a payroll service, please let's meet. If you have no need, please consider the other advertisers on this station, as we are all fighting the same fight and we need to unite. To work together, call me at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507. On the web at precisionpayroll.com. Let's talk, let's meet, let's unite.
5:37 and a check of the roads in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Mike. In Maywood, 9th Avenue is closed from Madison south to Wilcox after a major wreck in that area. On the expressways, seeing delays now on the inbound Ryan from 35th into downtown Chicago. There was a stall at Taylor. That is cleared, the investigation site there, but it's 22 minutes, 95th to downtown and outbound. The expressways are shut down right now at the Stevenson. This is due to a stalled van being hit by another vehicle there on the outbound side. The Edens and the Kennedy are fine. The Eisenhower still okay. About Stevenson, delays start at Cicero. 36 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Bishop Ford, you got a brief delay. Cottage Grove to the Rhine. And traffic is a service of Geico Chicago. Hey, Chicago, Geico now has even more ways to save you money. Your local Geico agent is ready to deliver the personal service you need with the savings you love. Call 773-582-AUTO. That's 773-582-AUTO for your local Geico agent. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Jim, thank you. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Clouds and sunshine. Windy and mild. High 48, 23 overnight. Currently, we have 33 at O'Hare. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Kelly Financial Services, helping you secure your financial future today. Visit kellyfinancialservicesinc.com.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So we got a number of big meetings coming up. Tiny Dancer is going to meet with the big guy today.
I saw that, yeah.
I hope Trump starts the meeting with a noogie.
He's meeting him at the White House?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Is he going to get a little booster seat in the SUV?
Yeah. Hey, come here. You get
Come in and
you sit over here on my lap, you little rascal. Huh?
So is he going with his tail between his legs, begging for some federal funds for some sanctuary cities, or who knows?
It'll be fascinating. What would you have President Trump say to Tiny Dancer during their meeting? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636-DA, turnkey.pro text line. You know what I would do?
What would you do? Are they going to talk about violence first or federal funding?
I would welcome him into the Oval Office, and then I say, get the hell out of here.
Wow.
Get that.
Oh, yeah. So start with a photo op. Like, you know what? I don't want to do this. Get out of here. So that all the cameras are there. And then
the photo op would be me in the role of Donald Trump grabbing him by the collar, dragging him out of the Oval Office, and say, "And stay out." That's how I'd open it. Now, Chicago, send me somebody who's serious about addressing your problems, because this guy, Tiny Dancer, you call the mayor, he ain't. So no, but
they will address gun violence though, or not gun violence, but the violence and the homicide rate. I mean, over the weekend, 27 people were shot, including those 2 girls who are still on life support this morning.
Mm-hmm. So the issue is, will Trump hold fast against Tiny Dancer's demagoguery on sanctuary cities and all of the other matters, while at the same time he, Tiny Dancer, saying, I want federal money for mentoring programs, I want federal resources for law enforcement, I want federal transportation dollars, I want all of these things, federal education dollars for CPS. Mm-hmm. And if I was Trump, I'd say, I'll tell you what, Mr. Mayor, I really respect the principled stand you're taking on sanctuary cities. I know you're such a strong proponent on the issue. I know this is something that's very near and dear to you. That's why you killed immigration reform during Obama's first 2 years, because this is so important to you. But okay, you've clearly had a change of heart, and so you've adopted the sanctuary city posture. You want to be a modern-day Cesar Chavez. Okay. I appreciate your principled stand. I don't agree with it, though. And so my administration is going to take one of those principled stands, too, and we're cutting off federal funding to sanctuary cities, and that is non-negotiable, and that's going to happen. So you can decry me all day and all night. You can tell everyone that I don't like children and I don't like minority families who, you've been responsible for the past 6 years in terms of providing for their physical safety and have failed miserably. The children whose education you've been responsible for as the de facto head of the Chicago public school system, and you failed miserably. But you can blame it all on me. When CPS doesn't get its $600 million from the federal government, when you don't get federal resources to increase the peace on the streets and the like. But I'm not playing the game of extortion. You demagogue the issue, you flout the rule of law, and then you come to me with your tin cup and say, give me $5 billion. Take a walk. That's what I would say. But that's me.
Gosh, yesterday Emmanuel met with new Attorney General Jeff Sessions and Trump's senior advisor and son-in-law Jared Kushner and Priebus.
I'd love
and
to...
Gary Cole, a former Goldman Sachs executive who is director of Trump's National Economic Council.
Yeah, I'd love to sit in those rooms if I was like a Jeff Sessions when Tiny Dancer comes in. Hey, cameras are gone now, little guy. What did you have to say about me? I'm a racist. I'm a Klan member. Isn't that what your party and you, in a more soft-pedaled version, have said about me? Go ahead. Tell me what you really think of me. I want to hear it face-to-face where the cameras are gone, where you don't have a compliant press corps hanging on your every word to foment racial discord in your moribund banana republic of a city. That's what I would love to say. I'd love to see, and one of the great appeals that Trump has is at least publicly he's willing to put people on the dime and put it between your eyes. And I hope that's the case privately. Everything I understand about him is that he's actually much more genteel privately and more bombastic publicly, which is interesting.
But I want him to be bombastic privately with Mayor Emanuel.
Yeah, so do I.
But the fact that Mayor Emanuel met with Jeff Sessions, the Justice Department concluded its investigation, last month, that the Chicago Police Department has some problems.
Yeah, well, this Justice Department may take a different posture on a go-forward basis with respect to Chicago Police. There is the ability to revise and extend a report and Department of Justice strictures and the enforcement of said strictures. So I suspect that Jeff Sessions doesn't have quite the same attitude about local law enforcement, that the Chicago Police Department, 12,000 strong officers, half of whom are minorities, are a systemically racist institution that has no concern for the interests and the security of minority families, which is essentially what the Loretta Lynch report said after the Star Chamber report from Lori Lightfoot that Rahm commissioned. So perhaps Tiny Dancer was being apprised that there is a new sheriff in town at the Justice Department, and we're not going to buy or abide that op-ed that Loretta Lynch wrote and passed off as a report while she was launching your re-election campaign the week before Trump was inaugurated. So you're on notice. Yeah, little ballerina suck toy. Randy and Sandwich, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Obama just give him money right before he left?
Give who money?
Rahm Emanuel.
Oh, yeah, there was, what was that, a couple $1 billion in transportation funds.
So how often does this happen that now all of a sudden he's back over there again asking for more money?
Yep.
Well,
this time he's also asking for additional federal agents. And
if you run the city the way the Tiny Dancer and the Democrats run the city, there's never enough money, Randy.
Well, Rahm used to run
I
Washington.
agree. No, I'm not. I'm just saying that maybe we don't know about a lot more money that he's gotten over the period of time where we're seeing this one because it's obvious that he's going to go one-on-one with Trump. But how often was Obama doing this before?
Well, I mean, we know. Thanks for the call. We know the federal money that Chicago gets. It's no secret. It's there in the budget. When it's major dollars, it's usually announced because, of course, politicians want to take credit for bringing federal dollars to their district or to their city. So this is nothing new, and there's nothing secretive about it. The only secretive part is actually how it's spent.
Well, the mayor's office wouldn't answer whether or not Emanuel asked Sessions if they still intended to pursue a consent decree with the city.
That'll be an interesting decision for Sessions after he reviews the handiwork of the Loretta Lynch Justice Department. Related story, Chance the Rapper, fresh off his Grammy wins.
Oh, yeah.
He wants to meet with Governor Rauner.
Yeah, he tweeted right after the Grammy Awards.
Yeah.
Because Rauner congratulated him in a tweet first, right? And then Chance the Rapper saw that he had reached out to him, so he said he wants to meet with him. What do you think that's about? What is that meeting going to be?
I mean, Chancellor Bennett, as I like to call him. He, I don't know, maybe he wants to talk to him about Chicago violence.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so fine, whatever.
What songs does Chance the Rapper sing, Dan?
I mean,
did you do your homework assignment?
I mean,
Yes.
you want to enlist voices that people listen to try and quell the violence. So, I mean, yeah, sure, meet with whoever.
And speaking of the Grammys, Joy Vila, who I didn't even know who she was, or what song she sang, and she wore the Make America Great dress with Trump on it, on the bedazzled on the bottom of the gown. Guess what happened to her record sales?
They increased
by 54,350, 100%.
Yeah,
I mean, she embraced we have to give this man a chance, and she wore the dress, and now record sales are out of the water. She's number one.
There's somebody who read Art of the Deal.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Should download some of her songs on my iPad or iPad.
And get that dress.
Hey, today we're going to have some clouds, some sunshine, but it's going to be windy and mild, a high of 48 degrees. And then it's going to get cold around here for a few days. Tomorrow we're going to have a high of 35, and on Thursday a high of 38. But by this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, highs near 60 degrees. Let's get the latest on the traffic conditions in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's the boss, Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. Good morning, Dan. Kennedy inbound. A little slow now. Foster to Lawrence. 21 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound it's 20. Edens is fine. Eisenhower. Slow starting around Manheim. Just a 1 or 2 minute delay. On Stevenson, delay started Central. 40 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, there was a crash and a stall on the inbound side. There was a crash outbound. Everything's cleared, but there are delays. And inbound, it's 24 minutes from 95th to the Loop. Outbound, 15. Bishop Ford, about a 4-minute delay approaching the Ryan. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Upstream-ideas.com, premium content that complements what we do on this show, long-form interviews with policymakers and opinion leaders, selected interviews from this show, like our interview yesterday with Chadwell Moore, the New York journalist, coming out conservative. Very good interview, very interesting. 60-second commentaries this week. Mine focused on New Trier's race seminar day. Follow the Logic Man on the Street segments this week featuring a comparison between the defund Planned Parenthood rallies and the moon under Trump Tower. It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
For me, it was the big S-Class from the 90s. Beautiful. My friend's dad had one.
The SL. All of the SLs. I've been watching those since I was a kid.
I think the 1971 SE was the first Mercedes that just blew me away.
Everyone remembers the first time they saw one, and the day they began to long for a Mercedes-Benz of their own. Well, that day may be a lot closer than you think. With a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz, you can experience the luxury, the unparalleled safety, the performance, and the style Mercedes-Benz is famous for at a price you can afford. Beautiful SUVs, sedans, coupes, and convertibles that are factory certified and covered by an unlimited mileage warranty for up to 3 years, so you can drive without a worry for as far as you like. And during the certified pre-owned sales event going on now through February 28th, you can receive 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance and special financing available through Mercedes-Benz Financial Services, only at your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer. You've waited long enough.
See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for complete details and limitations on certified pre-owned warranties.
When I hear realtors boast about servicing a 3-county area or selling a home every 15 minutes, I think, what level of service could their clients possibly be getting? This is Chris Jacobs with Century 21 affiliated in Inverness, and my message is a little bit different. If being a realtor for more than 20 years has taught me one thing, it's that all real estate is local. While I can't say I'm the #1 realtor in the country, I can tell you that over the past 10 years, I've sold more homes in Inverness than anyone else. My team specializes in Inverness, Palatine, and Arlington Heights. We pride ourselves on providing our clients exceptional customer service and local market knowledge. So if you're selling your home or looking to purchase a property in our area, then call me, Chris Jacobs, at 847-401-4859. That's 847-401-4859. Or visit us at chrisjacobshomes.com.
Each office independently owned and operated, an equal housing opportunity.
AM 560, The Answer.
So there were these protests, people who want to defund Planned Parenthood on Saturday. They happened all across the country. There was
44 states, a few hundred cities, at least a half a dozen in the Chicago metropolitan area outside Planned Parenthood clinics, defund Planned Parenthood
and
rallies.
pretty much no arrests were made except for in Oregon, in Ashland, Oregon. One woman was arrested. And wait until you hear what this lady did. Not even a lady. I can't even call her a woman. This person, this thing, 21-year-old Valerie Starshak, went up to an anti-Planned Parenthood protester, and she shoved something wet and gross into his mouth. Dan, what do you think it is? And can I even say this on the radio? Well, I guess I'm going to. She shoved a bloody...
sanitary napkin.
Thank you. Into his mouth. It was just disgusting. So, of course, the anti-Planned Parenthood protester was recording all this. He didn't see it coming, and she did the act and was screaming profanities at him.
Good news. That just because I'm standing up here basically spitting in your face because I'm mad, like you're doing the yourself and eat this pie face. Angry.
Wow.
See, that's hate.
That's hate.
I kind of think it's deserved, though. You know what?
I think I'm actually going to have to call the police.
Well, that was the recipient of her grotesque act, and he did call police.
It's interesting that she had that at the ready.
Oh, yeah. Do you think that was premeditated, Dan? I'm going to go with yes. Police came to the scene, and she eventually, they looked for her there. They couldn't find her, but she eventually turned herself in, and she's being charged with 1 count of harassment.
Yeah. Delicate little flower. By the way, she bears a striking resemblance to Chris Christie, the perpetrator in that incident. Did you see this, by the way, in Teen Vogue? Related story.
Oh, yeah, that's your favorite publication.
Teen Vogue. I'm glad I didn't let my subscription run out. What gifts to get your friend after she's had an abortion?
Oh, are you kidding me?
No. Number 1, all I want to do, cozy up with your heating pad and download this heartwarming, hilarious, and dangerously fun, albeit very whitewashed, 90s cult classic about the bad girls at Brixton Academy. That's one gift, that movie. High-waisted period panties by Thinks. Number 2. Number 3, I'm not kidding. Milk and Honey by Rupi Kaur, some awful poet. It's just the typical like feminist pablum passing as art. So poetry by that chick. Angry Uterus Heating Pad by Lady Bits Design. Number 5, Girl Power Cap. Yeah, that's empowering. Number 6, F-Uterus Pin by Kid Bell. You can get all of those great gifts at least the recommendations at Teen Vogue for your friend who's just had an abortion. Nice culture.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
If you save $500,000 in an IRA or 401k, you know it's not really $500,000, right? Because you still have to pay taxes on that money. But here's something that will shock you. Some people will pay through the nose in taxes when they withdraw money from their retirement accounts, while a smart and savvy few will legally pay far less. Could you potentially save thousands of dollars in taxes on your IRA or 401k and keep this money for yourself? Yes, you could. Learn how in a free report called 6 Ways to Tax-Free Income in Retirement from me, Tom Fortino, host of the Alpha Wealth Hour. The free report could save you tens of thousands of dollars. Call 630-873-6326. It's your choice. Pay the IRS or keep this money for yourself. Call 630-873-6326 or visit us on alphawealthgroup.com. That's alphawealthgroup.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
At 5:57, let's get an update on the roads. In our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Maywood, 9th Avenue is closed from Madison south to Wilcox after a fiery wreck and an ongoing investigation. Inbound Kennedy, slow in pockets, Cumberland to Lawrence, 22 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 20. The Edens is fine. The Eisenhower, 33 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 29. Stevenson, 41 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 26 minutes, 95 to downtown. Another crash outbound on the express lanes before 35th. Traffic service of Staples. Filing your own taxes this year? Staples helps you be accountable with everything you need for tax season for less, with storage boxes and filing supplies to software like QuickBooks and TurboTax. Right now, get up to $15 off when you buy TurboTax. In-store only, ends 4/1/17. Staples. Make more happen. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next after a full forecast and Fox News. But first, your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, intervals of clouds and sunshine, windy and mild, high 48. Partly cloudy, brisk, and colder tonight, low 23. And a breezy and colder day tomorrow with intervals of clouds and sunshine, high 35. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Mostly clear, 33 this morning at O'Hare, 35 along Chicago's lakefront. And at 5:58, here are the stories we are following on AM 560, The Answer this morning. A statewide Amber Alert has been issued for a 15-year-old girl abducted from Gary, Indiana. Gary police say Chastanae Reeves went missing yesterday morning after her mother became victim of a serious crime. Mayor Emanuel hoping to develop a relationship with the Trump administration in an effort to help Chicago win federal dollars. The mayor met with several senior members of Trump staff yesterday in Washington, including Attorney General Jeff Sessions and White House Chief of Staff Reince Priebus. 2 young girls remain on life support following separate shootings over the weekend on Chicago's South Side. A city construction worker died Monday afternoon after a trench collapse. Cook County Medical Examiner says shortly after 1 p.m., the 41-year-old bricklayer was working on a sewer being replaced near Sauganash and Keeler when the trench caved in. Rescue workers pulled the victim from that trench. He was taken to St. Francis Hospital in Evanston, but did not survive. White Sox pitchers and catchers reporting to the team's spring training facility. Meantime, pitchers and catchers for the World Series champion Cubs reporting to Arizona. College hoops last night. Second-ranked Villanova beat DePaul. More John and Amy after Fox News, WIND Chicago News Time, 6.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Dave Anthony. He only had the job for about 3 weeks. Now Michael Flynn is out as National Security Advisor, resigning late last night. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave Flynn's resignation comes after he misled Vice President Pence and other administration officials about a conversation he had with a Russian ambassador before President Trump took office and whether he discussed sanctions with the ambassador. In his resignation letter, Flynn said he inadvertently briefed top officials with incomplete information about the conversation. He also said he sincerely apologized to the president and vice president and that they have accepted his apology. Lieutenant General Joseph Kellogg Jr. has stepped in as acting National Security Advisor. Dave.
Rachel Steve Mnuchin is America's new Treasury Secretary.
I am committed to using the full powers of this office to create more jobs, to combat terrorist activities and financing.
He was sworn in right after the Senate confirmed Mnuchin. With Joe Manchin, his lone Democratic supporter, the rest called him another corporate insider in the Trump cabinet. But all senators supported the new VA secretary.
The yeas are 100. The nays are 0. The nomination is confirmed.
David Shulkin had been an undersecretary in Veterans Affairs under President Obama. Another ruling against President Trump's executive order stopping travel from 7 countries deemed terror threats. A federal judge blocking it in Virginia, calling it based on unconstitutional religious bias against Muslims. The president is considering writing a new order.
We want people to come in our country, but we cannot let the wrong people in. And I will not allow that to happen.
The judge in Washington state who blocked the order will allow 2 states that sued to proceed in the case while an appeal is still under consideration. The Coast Guard has called off the search for a crab boat that went missing in the icy Bering Sea on Saturday, offering condolences to the family of 6 fishermen not found. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
A new president has taken office, and now he must get to work. What will President Trump accomplish in his first 100 days? What should his priorities be? Join AM 560 for an exciting evening on Wednesday, March 22nd. It's Trump, the first 100 days, featuring Sean Hannity, Mike Gallagher, Dan Proft, and Joe Walsh. See them all live at the Bolingbrook Golf Club. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/Trump. Sponsored in part by MyPartsGarage.com.
The U.S. economy has been getting stronger, and home values have been increasing. This good economic news presents a unique financial opportunity for you. Hi, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Many of our clients have been taking cash out of their homes, a strategy that might work for you. The smart move is to refinance your mortgage right now with Quicken Loans. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.18%, APR 4.35%. Call Quicken Loans today at 800-QUICKEN to see how much we can lower your mortgage payment. For 7 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the 3rd year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
This hourly segment is brought to you by 1 Hour, together with Mike Rowe, encouraging you to choose licensed technicians to service your home. Call 1 Hour today, 855-1-HOUR.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, out like Flynn, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, former NSA director, as of this morning, resigning last night, apologizing to the president and vice president for his incomplete recollection of his relevant conversation with the Russian ambassador. This was this kind of broke apart quickly because Kellyanne Conway was on MSNBC yesterday afternoon saying this.
Basic question here. Does the National Security Advisor right now enjoy the full confidence of President Trump?
Yes, General Flynn does enjoy the full confidence of the president, and this is a big week for General Flynn.
Yeah, it's a big week that wasn't for General Flynn. It went from full confidence to evaluating to fluid to you go.
Yeah, so most of us, while we were sleeping, he wrote that resignation letter, and now the question is, who's going to be the new NSA director. Kellogg is the interim director right now.
Right, retired Army General Keith Kellogg, who was top policy advisor to Trump's presidential campaign. He's appointed acting national security advisor of those under consideration, according to NBC News, to replace Flynn permanently. Retired Navy Vice Admiral Robert Harward, former deputy commander of U.S. Joint Forces Command. That's Mr. Admiral Harward's former position, as well as Kellogg, as well as
drum roll,
bad boys, what you going to do? David Petraeus.
And Petraeus is going to the White House today, according to sources, and days close to him said that he's going to make a run for the job, but noted that he knows he has a lot of baggage.
Well, and it seems that the resignation of Flynn raises questions about Flynn's integrity, but it also raises questions about the CIA's integrity. And this was the point that is raised in the Wall Street Journal yesterday, prior to Flynn's resignation, and it's the point raised by former National Security Advisor Richard Pearl when it comes to those that had the long knives out for Flynn from the beginning.
And if he's pushed out by maneuvering on the part of the CIA, working with opponents of the administration, it will be a very bad sign for things to come.
So for more on this, we're pleased to be joined by an expert in the space. He is Lieutenant Colonel Cedric Leighton. He is a military intelligence expert, security consultant who served on the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the National Security Council. Colonel, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, good morning, Dan. It's good to be with you.
So your assessment of this saga, which ended with Flynn's resignation last night?
Well, I used to work for General Flynn when I was at the Pentagon, and it is one of those situations where it's very clear that I think General Flynn, I'm so sorry to say, was in over his head. The National Security Advisor position is not a tactical position. It is not a position that is one where somebody who is used to dealing with the tactical employment or operational employment of troops can really succeed. It is a position where somebody has to have a strategic vision. Flynn is a workaholic. He is somebody who, was in there and, understood that, in his mind, being busy equated to doing the right thing. And he I think, overstepped his bounds very quickly here and went into this position thinking that he could not only control U.S. foreign policy, but also access to the president and, in essence, design a foreign policy independent of anything that the U.S. government had done before. So it was an inevitable step, this resignation. It came a bit quicker than I think most of us thought it would come, but I see it as an inevitable step for sure.
Lieutenant Colonel, do you think this was a scandal, though, of his own making? I mean, if he would have come clean and told the truth, sometimes the cover-up's worse than an alleged crime.
That's right, Amy. I think that's absolutely correct. I think that in this situation, not only did he do things on his own operationally, I think he went far, at least the evidence so far indicates he went beyond what his purview was. But often, as you said, the cover-up is worse than the crime, and got people around the Nixon administration and Nixon himself in trouble during Watergate, and the same thing is true in this particular case. Not that these two things are equal, but in this situation, you have a guy who, in essence, is alleged to have lied to the Vice President of the United States, and that is something you just don't do. It violates every tenet of the military code of ethics, certainly the officers' code, and it's something that you just do not do.
What about on the other side, the intelligence community? Said at the outset there was certainly resistance to Flynn. Richard Pearl made that point. The Wall Street Journal writing yesterday before his resignation, saying that this talk of reporters who knew the nature of the conversation between Flynn and the Russian ambassador. The Wall Street Journal suggests that even with surveillance, intelligence community getting a FISA warrant to monitor foreign officials, they're supposed to use minimization procedures that don't let them listen to communications of Americans who may be caught in such eavesdropping. In other words, they're supposed to protect identity and speech of Americans. Yet the Washington Post says it spoke to multiple U.S. officials claiming to know what Mr. Flynn said on that call. So why didn't it use the minimization procedures to protect Flynn? Or did it have a court order to listen to Mr. Flynn as well? And if it did, why? Are those legitimate questions?
They're absolutely legitimate questions, and Dan, you're absolutely right that there are minimization procedures in place to protect U.S. citizens from being inadvertently listened to in conversations that they may have with foreigners. Now, most people, if they're speaking to a foreigner, are not government officials, and they're not involved in political discussions, and the rules are designed to protect them. The difference may be in this case that the FBI, because this is a counterintelligence target to the Russian ambassador, is a counterintelligence target. The FBI does have the authority to listen in on American conversations if they have a warrant, a court order, or there's an investigation going on. And in this particular case, they basically have what they call cast iron coverage over entities like the Russian ambassador. They are, the most prominent counterintelligence targets that are out there. So what you're dealing with here is a situation where General Flynn may very well be the subject of an ongoing investigation. There are reports that there is an investigation on that's going on about the ties that the Trump administration and before that the Trump campaign had to Russia. And as part of that, it may very well be that they were using the authority that they may have had as part of that investigation to listen in on these calls. It is also true that once you assume a political position or are about to assume a political position, the rules do change for you, and you are not always protected by minimization procedures or other rules that are designed to protect American citizens.
But is there concern that the CIA and the intelligence community writ large is politicized, and that there are elements in the intelligence community that are actively working to undermine individuals within the Trump administration they don't like, perhaps including the president? There seems to be some divided opinion from a lot of the intelligence experts we've spoken to about that.
Well, it's, the intelligence community is designed to be as apolitical as possible, but then a lot of people are certainly human, and it is clear that there are people within the intelligence community who do not like President Trump and certainly did not like General Flynn. They have long memories, and they understand how the bureaucracy works, and they understand what they can do. That is, I think, one of the situations that the Trump administration has found itself in, because some of the things that they have said and done to question the legitimacy of the intelligence community or the efficacy of the intelligence community, that angers people, and that could have played a role in some of this. So it is possible that there are people who are actively pursuing in essence, the channeling of the Trump administration at the very least, and possibly are actively working to undermine it. But they are certainly doing so in an unofficial capacity because now they work for President Trump, and they have sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution, and that's what they're looking at, and that is, I think, the main focus of certainly all of the legitimate people within the intelligence community.
Now, it's such a stunning fall from grace for a man who has a honorable, decorated military career. He spent almost every day with Donald Trump, candidate Trump, briefing him every day on intelligence briefings. And how do you think, what's next for him? I mean, how hard, first of all, was it probably for him to resign his position? And where do you think he's going to go from here?
Knowing him, quite a bit, I would say that it was very difficult for General Flynn to resign his position. Work was his life. He was absolutely dedicated to, before he became a public figure, he was absolutely dedicated to the special operations community, to the Army, to the military in general. The problem that he had was that he knew what he knew and didn't necessarily know what he didn't know. And that caused him problems once he assumed positions of great responsibility, including on the Joint Staff, and then after that at the Defense Intelligence Agency. As far as what's next for him, I think he's going to probably go through a period of introspection. There have been, several things that have happened, both to him and to his son, in terms of, their public exposure and what they've done with it, that, point to, certain issues that they're going to have to deal with. I think that eventually he'll pull out of it, and he'll probably, do something, in the defense world, or in, perhaps in the writing and speaking world, but that's going to take a while for him to get there. I think he's pretty much in shock that this has happened, and it's going to be tough for him to work his way out of it.
And of the names that have been mentioned, and maybe there's others that are or not under consideration that should be described or should be included, but from the interim, General Keith Kellogg, along with retired Navy Vice Admiral Robert Harward, along with Petraeus, do you have a favorite among those three, or somebody else that's not included in that list?
Well, I would say that Admiral Harward is probably the best bet. Being a retired Navy SEAL and then former deputy commander of Central Command, the command that's responsible for everything in the Middle East, he's got a lot of experience, and he, seems to have the smarts to work the bureaucracy in a very, very good way, and that's really what you have to do. You're the grand coordinator when you're the national security advisor, and in his particular case, in Admiral Harward's particular case, I think his credentials are ones that will be attractive to President Trump, and I believe that he's the other thing that helps him is that he previously served on the National Security Council, so he actually knows what this is like. He understands how other elements of not only the intelligence community but the operational military work, and he would probably be the best choice. I don't think that General Kellogg will stay very long, primarily because of his age. He's 72 right now. And General Petraeus could very well become the national security advisor, but there is, some baggage associated with that, as we all know, through his affair with his biographer. So I would say that Harward is probably the cleanest choice that the Trump administration could make right now. As far as other people are concerned, there are certain possibilities out there, but I don't think, the way this White House operates, if you haven't heard the name by now, it's probably one of those situations where that person will not be brought in to do it. The other thing that I could think of is K.T. McFarland, who's the Deputy National Security Advisor.
Level her up.
She might be a good fit for this, but it sounds like they don't want to do that, right now. But she certainly has had the experience in the past and is a good public face for the administration, or would be a good public face for the administration.
All right. He is Lieutenant Colonel Cedric Leighton, military intelligence expert, security consultant, who served both on the Joint Chiefs of Staff as well as the National Security Council. Colonel, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
It's my pleasure, Dan. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Today, Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. Dan, it's a Saint Valentine, right? You're going to tell us the great things he did because you're Catholic.
Stay
and I'm
tuned.
Not. Okay, stay tuned.
Another gift from us Catholics, St. Valentine.
Today we're going to have clouds and sun, windy and mild, a high of 48 degrees. Then tonight it's going to become brisk and colder around here for a few days, a low of 23. And tomorrow we're going to have some sun and clouds, but a high, which is normal, average for this time of year, 35 degrees. Let's go into the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with the soft romantic music today. Jim Telemonte is spinning the music. How you doing, Jim?
I'm very well, Amy. Thank you. Feeling very nice. Much better than St. Valentine probably did. I mean, he was a martyr, right? On the expressways, things are fairly routine right now. The Eden's looking good. Little congestion now approaching the junction. Kennedy, heavy starting around Cumberland. 23 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Outbound still fine at 20. The Eisenhower's 40 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 30.
Stevenson, 42 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The ride's heavy after some earlier issues. It's 29 minutes, 95th to downtown. Outbound heavy in the Express. There's a crash near 35th, blocking 3 lanes. A major closure in Elk Grove Village of westbound Oakton from 83 to Higgins. That's due to a crash. And in Maywood, 9th Avenue, still shut down between Madison and Wilcox. There was a wreck early this morning in a van and a taxi cab. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Hey, less than 1 month. That's all the time is left for you to book your trip to join us and Joe Walsh in Punta Cana this spring. So stop procrastinating and book the trip today. We'll be staying at the Secrets Cap Cana Resort and Spa in Punta Cana. It's a brand new resort with 5 gourmet restaurants, 7 bars, which we hope is enough for one Dan Proft. There's also 24-hour day room service for when you want to order a cheeseburger at midnight after a long day of drinking at the pool. So whether you want to sit by the pool and enjoy a cold drink and smoke a cigar, or hit the beach and enjoy a little beach volleyball with me, there's something for everyone. Get more information and book your trip today by visiting 560theanswer.com, keyword passport. That's 560theanswer.com/passport. But hurry, time is running out to secure this exclusive price from our friends at Apple Vacations.
The C.H. Hansen Company stands proud as a great American hand tool manufacturer. Founder C.H. Hansen was a Chicago native, and the company remains family-owned and operated for over a century and a half. C.H. Hansen wishes to thank their employees for their service and customers for their business. C.H. Hansen offers over 2,000 products, stock and custom order in 8 product categories, including steel stamps, stencils, metal tags, barricade and flagging tapes, plus Palmgren, makers of work-holding vices and metalworking machinery. Although business, products, customers, and the industry have changed, the leadership of C.H. Hansen continues to attribute success on the founding principles of faith and quality tools. The mission of C.H. Hansen is to glorify God by the way that they serve their customers, treat employees, and help community. This is accomplished by providing valued products, exemplary customer service, and operation excellence. Visit chhansen.com or palmgren.com for more information.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Chris Veldman of ServiceMaster DSI, the largest ServiceMaster franchise in the United States and a customer of Signature Bank. In our business, we respond to disaster, and we never know when disaster will strike, whether it's flooding in Louisiana or a house fire in Chicago. Not all banks understand that need for flexibility, but Signature Bank does. That's why we consider them so much more than a bank. They have been our business partner since 2006, when their 3 co-founders, Mick, Kevin, and Brian, started the bank. Signature Bank is a key part of our growth strategy at ServiceMaster DSI.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
If you've never been to a coin show, here's your chance to find out what collectors and investors have known for years. It's fun, full of history, and it can be a great investment. Make plans to attend the Greater Chicago Coin, Currency, and Collectible Show. It's one of the largest in the nation, and it's free. The show is at the Tinley Park Convention Center, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, February 23rd through 25th. Admission and parking is free. Just bring your photo ID. Hundreds of dealers, the best coin dealers from all over the country. See displays valued at millions of dollars, U.S. and world paper money, gold and silver bullion, and a lot more. Friday at 5, Fox Valley Coins will hold a rare coin auction. This is a show for the whole family, collectors, investors, or if you just want to find out more about coins, currency, and collectibles. This show is a can't miss. The Greater Chicago Coin, Currency, and Collectible Show, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, February 23rd through the 25th at the Tinley Park Convention Center. Admission and parking is free with your photo ID. Get more information at chicagocoinshow.com. That's chicagocoinshow.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Boy, this is fun. The Atlantic, there's a piece in the Atlantic, campus free speech cliches undermine higher education. This
really?
piece attempts to deconstruct the liberal campus cliche. It's a cliche, is it? Well, it's interesting. Roger Kimball has a piece in the Wall Street Journal over the weekend about Yale University announcing this past weekend it will change the name of one of its residential colleges, named after nullification segregationist John C. Calhoun, the 19th century South Carolinian senator after whom the college was named. Yale's president, Peter Salovey, announced he was convening a committee to establish principles for renaming last August. Yes, that's a real committee name, as Kimball recounted.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the writing was on the wall for Calhoun. Peter Salovey disparaged Calhoun as a white supremacist whose legacy of racism and bigotry was fundamentally at odds with the noble aspirations of Yale University.
He owned slaves, right?
He was a slaveholder.
Yeah.
And a segregationist.
Oh.
I mean, yeah. But unlike many of his peers, Calhoun took it a step further. He argued that slavery is not merely a necessary evil, but a positive good. So, of course, he was wrong about that. Terribly wrong. But here's the issue. The 4 principles that President Salovey's committee came up with to justify renaming include does the principal legacy of the honored person fundamentally conflict with the university's mission?
Mm-hmm.
Number 1. Was the legacy contested within the person's lifetime? Put it in historical perspective, 2. Were the reasons that the university honored him at odds with Yale's mission? 3. Does the named building or program play a substantial role in forming community at Yale? 4. So once you wade through all that PC gobbledygook, you come to the conclusion that Calhoun College cannot stand on the campus of Yale University. But here's the problem. Timothy Dwight, Calhoun's mentor at Yale, also owned slaves.
That's a little bit of a problem.
He has a college named in his honor on campus. Benjamin Silliman, who also gives his name to a residential college and whose mother was the largest slave owner in Fairfield County, Connecticut. Ezra Stills, John Davenport, and Jonathan Edwards, all of whom have colleges named in their honor at Yale. And, oh, by the way, perhaps the best example is the namesake of the university itself, Elihu Yale, who was an active participant as an administrator in India in the slave trade. He never set foot in New Haven, Connecticut. He donated some books and goods worth about £800 to help found Yale College. And where Calhoun was noted in Encyclopedia Britannica, even though he was a slaveholder, and he was, as I said, catastrophically wrong about this, of course. Encyclopedia Britannica praises Calhoun for a just and kind treatment of slaves and the stainless integrity of his character. Elihu Yale, by contrast, had slaves flogged, hanged a stable boy for stealing a horse, and was eventually removed from his post in India for corruption. But that apparently is not fundamentally at odds with the mission of Peter Salovey's Yale. The crack-up, Roger Kimball concludes his piece, and by the way, Kimball's the publisher of New Criterion, which is an excellent publication. In the conclusion of his piece in the Wall Street Journal, Kimball writes, in the crack-up, F. Scott Fitzgerald comments that the test of first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold 2 opposed ideas in the mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function, suggesting that's the case with Yale President Peter Salovey. That is also a description of a psychopath, by the way. And it's interesting. You know who will not let this stand?
Geraldo Rivera.
Yeah. How about that?
He has decided to resign from his position at Yale over this. And he tweeted, feverishly about this. Resigned yesterday as Associate Fellow of Calhoun College at Yale. Been an honor, but intolerant insistence on political correctness is lame.
How about it?
But he did point out, he said, what's next? Are you going to petition the name of the U.S. Capitol? Washington was a slaveholder, as was Jefferson. So where does it stop if you let the kiddies have this kind of power?
By the way,
where does it end?
Yeah, speaking of the residential college, Silliman College at the campus of Yale.
Yeah.
You remember that was the college where you had 2 professors who served as the heads of that college, husband and wife, Nicholas and Erica Christakis, who were excoriated by unhinged undergrad Geraldine Luther, a senior at Yale. You remember this?
I remember this.
Oh,
you got to play it again.
An instant classic. as Yale continues to drop down the rankings.
The exception is because other people have rights too, not just you.
Walk away. Walk away. Inappropriately used demolition as a matter. It doesn't deserve to be listened to. Create an unsafe space here for all. Be quiet. For all Stillman students. You understand that? As your position as master, it is your job to create a place of comfort and home for the students that live in Stillman. You have not done that. By sending out that email, that goes against your position as master. Do you understand that? Then
no, I don't agree with that.
Then why the did you accept the position?
Because
Who
I have
hired you?
I have a different
You
vision
should
than you.
step down. If that is what you think about being a master, you should step down. It is not about creating an intellectual space. It is not. Do you understand that? It's about creating a home here. You are not doing that.
You're supposed to be our advocate.
You should be at the event last night when you hear her Franco say that she doesn't know how to create a safe space for her freshmen in Stillman. How do you explain that? These freshmen come here, they think this is what Yale is? Do you hear that? They're going to leave. They're going to transfer because you are a poor steward of the community.
Yeah, that's why they're going to transfer, because of the professors that head up Silliman College, not because of hysterics like Geraldine Luther. By the way, the email in question was about Halloween costumes.
Are you serious?
That's the reaction it generated. Geraldine Luther, graduate of Yale now, and future president of Yale, I suspect.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Gina Labus, President and CEO of Mid-States Glass and Metal and a customer of Signature Bank since 2011. As we expanded our business into all aspects of the glass and metal industry, we needed a bank who could grow along with us. That's when we met Mick O'Rourke, co-founder of Signature Bank. Mick and his team took the time to understand the ebbs and flows of our business. They worked with us to find a solution that would support our growth. Mid-States Glass and Metal is proud to work with Signature Bank because they support Chicagoland women-owned businesses like mine.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, do you find yourself saying, if only I had more leads, or if I only had more prospects to sell to? Well, if that sounds familiar, then let me tell you about the Sales Prospecting Group. The Sales Prospecting Group is ready to help you take your business to the next level. They're a local Chicagoland company that has helped hundreds of companies nationwide to secure new business by getting them in the door. The Sales Prospecting Group will get you appointments with qualified prospects to help you grow your business. Now, they don't use contract labor or offshore callers. Their in-house staff of business account executives are highly trained, professional, and effective. Sales Prospecting Group will build a custom campaign specifically for your business, and they know how to navigate complex corporate hierarchies to get you to the right people and get you connected with them. And they specialize exclusively on B2B sales. So call the Sales Prospecting Group now to learn how they could help your business grow in 2017. The number to call is 630-701-9052. That's 630-701-9052. The Sales Prospecting Group, it is time to grow. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Playboy's featuring naked women again.
That sounds great. But first, let's go into the newsroom. The naked truth about the news. Here's Mike Scott.
34 degrees outside this morning, and we're following developments in Maywood right now after 2 are reported dead following a serious car crash. It happened, according to police, early this morning in the 1100 block of South 9th Avenue. Authorities have not yet identified the victims. Army Lieutenant General Joe Kellogg, acting National Security Advisor this morning, following last night's resignation of Michael Flynn. Flynn stepped down amid questions about his discussions with Russia's ambassador before President Trump took office. Correspondent Sandy Kozel reports the center of the storm is a familiar place for Michael Flynn.
Flynn's military career ended when President Obama dismissed him as Defense Intelligence Chief.
Flynn claimed he was pushed out for holding tougher views than the administration about Islamic extremism. But a former senior U.S. official who worked with Flynn said the firing was for insubordination after the Army Lieutenant General failed to follow guidance from superiors.
Flynn says in his resignation letter he inadvertently gave Vice President Mike Pence incomplete information. David Shulkin takes over the embattled Department of Veterans Affairs today. Steve Mnuchin is confirmed as the new U.S. Treasury Secretary. Water has stopped flowing over a collapsing emergency spillway at the Oroville Dam in Northern California, but more than 180,000 people are evacuated from their homes. As a precaution, catastrophic flooding is still a possibility and a state of emergency is in effect. The House Oversight Committee is supporting a repeal of Washington, D.C.'s assisted suicide law. Utah Republican Jason Chaffetz has spearheaded the effort to strip the city of that law. The University of Connecticut women's basketball team celebrating its 100th straight win. Huskies hit the century mark after a Monday victory over South Carolina. A statewide Amber Alert has been issued for a 15-year-old girl abducted from Gary. Chastity Reeves went missing yesterday. 2 young girls in Chicago remain on life support following separate shootings over the weekend on the south side. And a city construction worker died Monday afternoon after a trench collapse near Sauganash and Keeler. Chicago sports, White Sox pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training yesterday. Cubs reporting today. The news service of Westin Hotels. Westin knows how disruptive travel can be to your well-being, but with rejuvenating heavenly beds, a nutritious superfoods RX menu, and gear lending for when you leave that workout gear at home, Westin will help you stay in control and rise above it all. Westin, let's rise. Learn more at westin.com. 6:36 is our time. We'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager is sympathetic to teachers.
Most teachers care about their students. They also care about their incomes. They're really between a rock and a hard place, most teachers. If the issue is what is good for children, the teachers' unions are despicable. If the issue is what's good for my income, the teachers' unions are angels. That's really what a teacher has to confront. If you know only one thing about life, know that whatever the left touches, it wrecks.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
See the nation's largest auto show at McCormick Place now through the 20th. Log on to ChicagoAutoShow.com for details and download the Auto Show app.
For me, it was the big S-Class from the 90s. Beautiful. My friend's dad had one.
The SL. All of the SLs. I've been watching those since I was a kid.
I think the 1971 SE was the first Mercedes that just blew me away.
Everyone remembers the first time they saw one, and the day they began to long for a Mercedes-Benz of their own. Well, that day may be a lot closer than you think. With a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz, you can experience the luxury, the unparalleled safety, the performance, and the style Mercedes-Benz is famous for at a price you can afford. Beautiful SUVs, sedans, coupes, and convertibles that are factory certified and covered by an unlimited mileage warranty for up to 3 years, so you can drive without a worry for as far as you like. And during the certified pre-owned sales event going on now through February 28th, you can receive 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance and special financing available through Mercedes-Benz Financial Services, only at your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer. You've waited long enough.
See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for complete details and limitations on certified pre-owned warranties.
Last winter was pretty much a piece of cake, but this winter, we're told, is gonna be a doozy.
Well, the Farmer's Almanac forewarns that bitterly cold, if not downright frigid, numbing cold weather will be predominating over these parts this winter.
Not looking good, but you can be ready. Smart businesses rely on Air Comfort to keep them and their customers warm this expected frigid winter. Air Comfort is one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with dedicated factory-trained technicians that take a scientific approach to analyzing your system. They have comprehensive year-round preventative maintenance programs and emergency service, plus design, build, and install equipment for new construction and retrofits of existing mechanical systems. Now is a great time to call Air Comfort and schedule an analysis of your company's mechanical system by their certified award-winning engineering team. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
6:39, let's get a check of the roads. Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Des Plaines, Wolf Road is closed just north of the Adams Tollway from Birchwood to Howard due to a crash, and Maywood 9th Avenue remains shut down from Madison to Wilcox after an early morning wreck involving a van and a cab. Eden's 23 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose outbound 20. The Kennedy 31 minutes, O'Hare to downtown outbound 22. The Eisenhower 47 minutes, Thorndale to the post office outbound 32. Stevenson 49 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan 30 from 95th to downtown. Traffic service of Staples. Are you trying to acquire new customers for your business? Staples Print and Marketing Services helps you promote your business with low prices on presentations, signs, pens, mugs, and more. Right now, you can get 15% off custom signs and banners. Ends 324. See an associate for details. Staples, make more happen. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Clouds and sunshine today, windy and mild, and a high of 48. Currently in Chicago, we have 35, winds west at 10. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. HealthQuest Radio is heard Saturday mornings at 11 o'clock here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, it's Valentine's Day.
Oh, yeah. Happy Valentine's Day.
Thank
what
you.
did you get
Happy
me?
Valentine's Day to you. I put one of those little cards in your Valentine's Day card box.
Oh, yeah, I know. You know, they don't do that anymore because guess why?
Because some people
Are you
don't
ready?
get Valentine's Day and it makes them feel Valentine's Day cards and it makes them feel bad, like I didn't get to I didn't get any when I was in school.
No, I'm sure you got a few, right? You take the old shoe box and put some pink or red construction paper over it and make a little slot to get all those letters that never came, Dan?
I got cards from Brother John, but I was concerned about those. I'm kidding. No.
Did you got some, right? You know, Be Mine, or did you get the little candies?
Stay away from me. I got those. Stop looking at me. I wish I was
You're
in your
weird.
class. Yeah.
Don't look at me.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Don't stand next to me in the lunchroom line.
Yeah, they don't do that anymore. It's Peyton and Eli don't do that, and they're
No.
with their little friends. And
No,
their
they
little
used to give
classes.
out candy canes too at Christmas time, or I'm sorry, the holidays, to show that they liked somebody, and then some kids didn't get candy canes. So Russell, who of course got a gazillion candy canes.
No, of course, he's a Jacobson.
I mean, come on. He handed out. No, well, he did. All right.
I'm sure.
So he felt bad, and he handed candy canes out to everybody.
Oh,
in the
that's
class,
nice.
which was really nice.
And patronizing. I don't need your charity.
It's okay. I like you. Have a candy cane. Yeah,
Hmm.
but they stopped doing that a few years ago. That's
Well-
too bad because I loved that was the best part of Valentine's Day
Making
to see
the-
who really liked you. I mean, did they kind of like you, or were they all in?
I
you
just
know?
took pride in making the best box, and I didn't care if I got any cards or
I
not.
can just see you walking with your little box,
Yeah.
and placing it on your desk, and then you go to recess, and
Then I sit in the corner.
oh, you poor thing.
Yeah,
No, please tell me you got at least one card.
I could tell you that.
Did you seriously? No, this is not a radio bit. Did you really? Because I'm feeling bad.
Yeah.
Did you get any cards?
Yeah, why don't you have Eli bring some candy canes over for me? So the story of St. Valentine's, I want to get to this.
Oh yeah, what? Because you're a Catholic, you pray to saints. We don't. I'm Episcopalian.
Yeah. Okay. You got some of it sort of right-ish. But before we get to that, I mentioned before the news, Playboy is featuring naked women again.
Shocker.
But no, I want to understand something.
Yes.
Playboy that was founded by that ghoul,
Oh,
Hugh Hefner.
he's not
It's
a ghoul.
disgusting.
He's a brilliant mind.
Is he?
He saw something that the American people wanted. It's legal, and he capitalized on it.
Yeah, boy.
But back in 2014, they decided to stop using nude pics.
Who would have figured that men would like pornography? What a genius! Where did he
Well-
come up with that? Pictures of naked women. Men like this.
Well, they stopped using nude pics because they were becoming passé in the digital age.
Is that right?
Well, they hope to attract mainstream advertisers by becoming more accessible, but
Yeah.
they've changed their tune.
Here's my question.
Yes.
Right now, Andy Puzder, the Trump's nominee for Labor Secretary, is being given the once-over for some of the commercials of one of his franchises that features scantily clad women eating hamburgers. Like Paris Hilton made this this Carl's Jr.
on top of a
famous
car.
Yeah.
After she washed the car, of course, with the water flowing.
So my question is this. So that's objectifying women. That's a problem, according to the Nancy Pelosi's of the world, the Gloria Steinems, the Bella Abzugs, the Susan Faludis, the Andrea Dworkins from bygone era. The left-wing feminists. What about Playboy? Is this objectifying women? Is this a problem? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. The forthcoming issue that renews their nude photos, the cover is, of course, of a model. I don't know, Elizabeth something or other. Elizabeth Elam. But the headline is Naked is Normal.
There's a hashtag for that, right?
So what about that?
Well,
Amy, you're a woman.
I am.
Yes.
I think well, how do I feel today? I feel as if I'm a woman, yes. But you know what? I'm not offended by nudity. It's legal.
I know, I've been meaning to talk to you about that in the studio.
No, but I mean, what they said is that Playboy will always be a lifestyle brand focused on men's interests.
Yes. And men's interests are naked women. Oh, and of course, the interviews.
Well, no, there are some very well-written articles in Playboy.
Yeah.
There are. Can't ignore that.
For example.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. You get it for the pictures. I got it.
Exactly. No, but so speaking of Puzder, here's one of his Carl Jr.'s ad that people are up in arms about. It's about the threesome. The threesome.
They say three's a crowd. They ain't never been to my house. Hey girl, what you doing this week?
With bacon strips, bacon jam, and bacon crumbles.
She's giving her some, she's giving me
It's a bacon lover's fantasy.
Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but come on. It's called the Bacon Three-Way Burger. What'd you expect?
And it's three chicks.
I don't get it.
They're feeding each other the bacon, then the bacon jam is dripping from their mouth, and they're using their fingers and licking. It's not
That's
gross,
unsanitary.
Dad. Oh my gosh! I'm sure they used hand sanitizer before they shot the commercial. But Puzder even admits sex
Chew
sells.
with your mouth closed.
I don't think there's anything wrong with a beautiful woman in a bikini eating a burger and washing a Bentley or a pickup truck or being in a hot tub. I think there's probably nothing more American. I don't have a problem with our ads.
I'll tell you
That's
what.
your new labor secretary. Or possible.
Here's one way to take all of the sexual innuendo out of those ads. Have Andy Puzder describe them. That's boy,
because they're going to bring that up during his confirmation hearings, which begin on Thursday.
I can't wait for.
I know it's going to be
for Elizabeth Warren. No, I don't know if she's not on that committee, but I can't wait for one of the rabid left wingers to
question him.
Yeah, be morally indignant. So I think the response that Puzder would have to offer would be, well, I mean, tell me about misogynistic music lyrics. Tell me about
that's good.
Misogynistic movies and television shows. Tell me about pornography. Tell me about Playboy. I mean, it seems like if it's the classic case here that if you're a flag-waving leftist, you get away with doing things that somebody who is not similarly situated philosophically does not get away with. Is that a fair observation?
Yeah.
I think
312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. Also, they're painting him as a greedy burger baron. So that he
He's the Hamburglar. It's better than being Grimace.
I love Grimace.
Your favorite Ronald McDonald character?
Mine was the Hamburglar.
Hamburglar.
Yeah. It was good. What about you, Dan?
I like the Hamburglar.
I didn't like Ronald McDonald.
I was a Grimace guy for a while.
And then when was it changed? When was your aha moment?
I don't know. I think I don't know. About the time they introduced the McRib, I started to find Grimace a bit tedious. Mike on the north side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. I don't want to ruin anyone's Valentine's Day, but I heard they're also running ads for Slop for Pigs. They have Rosie O'Donnell and Joy Behar in bikinis.
Okay, thanks for the call, Mike. Now
that would be. I wouldn't want to see it.
No.
I mean, they have every right for freedom of expression to do it, but that doesn't mean I want to see it. I don't want to see it.
They can root around however they so choose.
Oh, rooting.
I want to get to this, though. St. Valentinus.
Yes,
please. Let's elevate the conversation a tad.
No.
So the name is in commemoration of one or more Christian martyrs named Valentinus. One was a physician in Rome and a priest who was imprisoned for performing weddings for Christian soldiers who were forbidden to marry by the Roman emperor. Claudius Gothicus decreed that his soldiers could not marry because he believed unmarried soldiers were better fighters. Married soldiers would be more concerned about what would happen to their wives if they were killed in battle, so he wanted the soldiers unmarried. St. Valentinus secretly married the soldiers. He was caught, imprisoned, tortured, and the story is told that one of his jailers, Asterius, whose daughter was blind, St. Valentine's Day prayed with the young girl. She regained her sight. That was one of his miracles that elevated him to sainthood. Asterius became a Christian. And in 269 AD, St. Valentinus was sentenced to die because of his stand in support of traditional Christian marriage.
That was the year you were born, right?
269 AD. Yeah, it's weird, the parallels. Also, I expect to be martyred for supporting traditional Christian marriage in Illinois. I suspect that's going to happen to many of us before too long. So the takeaway is that Valentine's Day is not merely about romantic love. It is also about God's love and institutions that memorialize that, like marriage.
And since he freed that woman from who had vision problems, love is not blind?
Oh, well, it's too soon. It was just 269 AD. Wow. And by the way, it's recounting stories like that of St. Valentinus, why I never got any Valentine's Day cards.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Forecast for this Valentine's Day, plenty of clouds and sunshine mix. It'll be windy and mild, but warm, a high of 48 degrees. Then tonight it's going to be brisk and colder, a low of 23. Tomorrow, partly sunny skies, a high of 35. And Thursday, it's going to be in the 30s. Then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, wow. We're going to hit record highs that were set back in 1981. We can have 60 degrees weather around here this weekend. So something to look forward to and make your tea times. Now let's go into the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center and say good morning to Jim Talamonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Closure in Elk Grove Village at westbound Oakton from 83 to Higgins due to a crash. And Maywood 9th Avenue is still shut down from Madison south to Wilcox after a wreck. Eden's 25 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose. Kennedy 36 minutes O'Hare to downtown. The Ike 48 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop. Stevenson 55 minutes, 355 to the Drive. And the Ryan 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
I'm Lou Dobbs. The Trump bandwagon rolling on Wall Street. Janet Yellen heads to Capitol Hill. More stores dumping Trump-related merchandise. Those stories next.
2017 is the year of Trump, and markets are rising to all-time highs. But economic uncertainty may be greater than after any election in our lifetime. And as retirement approaches, there's little time to recover losses. You need to hedge against uncertainty. That means transferring part of your retirement to physical gold and silver, stored where you can actually hold it in your hands and get it fast in any disaster. It's the perfect time to buy. Prices are low and expected to climb. Make Augusta Precious Metals your personal gold and silver provider. Augusta cares for your financial position and helps you make good decisions. And they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Get Augusta's free gold and silver IRA guide. What you learn could help you weather any economic storm. No obligation. Just call 855-222-6993. That's 855-222-6993. 855-222-6993. Trust Augusta. Protect your retirement today.
In advance of anticipated Trump administration tax cuts, equity markets hitting record highs Monday, and that could well jumpstart another week of market gains. Wall Street will be watching Fed Chair Janet Yellen as she testifies before the Senate today and then heads to the House tomorrow discussing monetary policy. No interest rate increases expected now until June at the earliest. Economic reports out today include the Producer Price Index and a report on small business optimism. Sears and Kmart, the latest stores to remove some Trump-related brands from their online stores, as with the cases of Nordstrom and Neiman Marcus, Sears, and Kmart. They claim politics not involved in their decisions. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
A poignant Valentine's Day text from Ann B. Davis's bowling ball. I wanted to share. I'm for the opposite of Sharia law. Make all women walk around naked. That will get those chubsters in the gym.
So
He's
rude.
going to have a difficult Valentine's Day.
And you might want to get in shape because less than 1 month, that's all the time left for you to book your trip to join us and Joe Walsh in Punta Cana this spring.
I blew through a long creation of Stuttle Spittapiper.
So stop procrastinating and book that trip today. We'll be staying at the Secrets Cap Cana Resort and Spa in Punta Cana. It's a brand new resort with 5 gourmet restaurants and 7 bars, which we hope is enough for Dan Proft.
And I said, no, I don't want to put on a swimsuit.
There's also 24-hour day room service for when you want to order a
Take it as
cheeseburger at midnight after a long day of drinking at the pool. So whether you want to sit by the pool and enjoy a cold drink and smoke a cigar or hit the beach and enjoy a little beach volleyball with me, there's something for everyone. So get more information and book your trip today by visiting 560theanswer.com, keyword passport.
So how much should you recommend be people applying?
That's 560theanswer.com/passport. But hurry, time is running out. Secure this exclusive price from Apple Vacations and book your trip today.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
There are 2 kinds of pain. Pain that goes away and the worst kind, chronic pain. If you suffer from chronic pain, life is not complete and it can be miserable. Unfortunately, most people use narcotics that mask the pain. You need to find the source of the chronic pain and get relief.
This is Dr. Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in the management of pain, and our team are national leaders, as well as being educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. You know, there's a nationwide narcotics epidemic, and people are too quick to mask over chronic pain instead of looking for the cause and treating or eliminating the pain. Contact us. We will help you.
Go to mypainchicago.com. Call and make an appointment with some of the best pain people in the nation, located here in Chicago. mypainchicago.com. You or someone you know suffers in the suffering of chronic pain. mypainchicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Have you racked up more than $10,000 in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? You should know. The credit card companies are tricking you into thinking there's no way out. Credit card companies would rather you didn't know that there are ways you can become debt-free and you don't have to pay the entire amount you owe. There are debt relief programs that help people like you escape overwhelming credit card debt. National Debt Relief has helped tens of thousands of people just like you reduce more than $500 million of debt. National Debt Relief has helped so many people, they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. You don't have to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan. You have the right to settle your debt for a mere fraction of what you owe. Reduce a portion of your debt now. Call National Debt Relief at 800-518-4020. 800-518-4020. That's 800-518-4020.
Thanks for calling New Biotics. Are you calling for a free trial of our belly flattening breakthrough?
Actually, I already got the free trial. It totally flattened my belly.
Wow, that's great news.
But now I have a problem I never thought I'd have. my belly just keeps getting flatter. I mean, I don't want to look like a runway model, but I don't want to stop taking new biotics either, because seriously, I've never looked this good.
Well, here's one thing you can do. Only take new biotics every other day. That'll keep up your results without making your belly too flat. And if you ever need to ramp up your belly flattening results again, just go back to taking it every day.
To get your free trial of new biotics, call 1-800-936-2994. You're going to love how you look. And if your belly flattening results are too dramatic, simply reduce use to every other day. But hurry and call now for details while they're still giving it away for free. Call 1-800-936-2994. That's 1-800-936-2994. 1-800-936-2994.
A partly cloudy day ahead. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Michael Flynn is out as National Security Advisor.
The situation became increasingly unsustainable, and he decided to resign.
Counselor to the President Kellyanne Conway. Flynn leaves after he misled Vice President Pence and others about talks he had with Russia's ambassador discussing sanctions before President Trump took office.
The House Intelligence Committee is still investigating Flynn's communications with the Russian ambassador to the United States, and the top Democrat on that committee, Congressman Adam Schiff, he released a statement saying that, quote, the Trump administration is yet to be forthcoming about who was aware of Flynn's conversations with the ambassador and whether he was acting on the instructions of the president or any other officials or with their knowledge.
Fox's Kristen Fisher says, adding to this
is a report that the acting attorney general at the time, you remember her, Sally Yates, she had warned the White House that Flynn was possibly vulnerable to Russian blackmail attempts.
General Keith Kellogg is now acting National Security Advisor. Another federal judge has ruled on President Trump's executive order halting travel from 7 mostly Muslim countries deemed terror threats, blocking it in Virginia, saying the order is based on an unconstitutional religious bias. The order's already been blocked in court, and Fox's Tanya J. Powers has an update on that case live.
Dave, things will move forward in the case in Washington State. It's a decision that came yesterday from the U.S. District Judge James Robart. Now, he is the judge that suspended the president's immigration ban, and it got a barrage of angry tweets from the president in return, one of them saying, we'll see you in court. His ruling was upheld by a 3-judge panel of the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals. Now a judge on that court is asking for 25 full-time judges on it to vote on whether it should be reconsidered by a larger panel. Dave.
Tony Steve Mnuchin is on the job as Treasury Secretary, pledging to
grow the economy and make better economic opportunities for all Americans.
The Senate confirmed him last night along party lines. The Senate was unanimous, though, confirming David Shulkin for VA Secretary. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
35 degrees, clear skies, and we're headed towards sunrise in Chicago with winds west at 10. 7:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. 2 are dead following a crash that happened in west suburban Maywood. Police say the accident happened early this morning between a taxi and an SUV in the 1100 block of South 9th Avenue. Authorities have yet to identify the victims. Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel hoping his outreach to the Trump administration will be fruitful for the city, as AM 560's David Stewart reports.
The mayor's spokesman called Emanuel's Monday trip to Washington an exercise in relationship building. The mayor met with Attorney General Jeff Sessions and discussed ways to combat Chicago's rash of gun violence and ways to bring back proactive community policing. Emanuel wants Washington's help with tougher gun crime prosecutions and money for police equipment and training and for job and after-school programs. A separate set of meetings concentrated on the city's transportation funding needs. David Stewart, NBC News Radio, Chicago.
A city construction worker died Monday afternoon after a trench collapse near Sauganash and Keeler. The cave-in happened just after 1 p.m. The FBI says a man suspected of robbing 3 suburban banks since last summer struck again over the weekend in Naperville. Inmates at the Pontiac Correctional Center remain locked in their cells after an incident sent a guard to a nearby hospital. The Department of Corrections says the guard was treated and released. There are no other details on that attack. White Sox pitchers and catchers reporting to the team's spring training complex. First official workouts today, while pitchers and catchers for the World Series champion Cubs report today. College hoops last night. Second-ranked Villanova drilled DePaul 75-62. The news, a service of Accountemps. When you could use help closing your books and need additional staff, it's time to call Accountemps. They can provide you with bookkeepers and other accounting and finance professionals on a temporary or project basis. Fast. Call today. Account Temps, a Robert Half company. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity presented by Upstream-Ideas.com. Emerson contended that foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds. So is politicized inconsistency. A useful comparison presented itself with Trump's nomination of Judge Neil Gorsuch the same week the fires of intolerance literally burned on the campus of UC Berkeley. Gorsuch noted that if confirmed, he would occupy the seat held by both Justices Antonin Scalia and Robert Jackson. His inclusion of the underappreciated Jackson was telling. In the seminal case of West Virginia State Board of Ed v. Barnett, arguing that compulsory unification of opinion achieves only the unanimity of the graveyard, Jackson held that students didn't have to salute the American flag or recite the pledge, and thereby protected the religious liberty rights of Jehovah's Witnesses. Gorsuch's jurisprudence has been similarly enlightened, consistently protecting the religious liberty rights of those ranging from Little Sisters of the Poor to an imprisoned Muslim man convicted of rape. Contrast that with the scene at Berkeley, the birthplace and now resting place of the campus free speech movement. Students committed acts of violence because they were intent on silencing a conservative speaker. Shall America chart her course with big thinkers like Gorsuch or Berkeley's small-minded hobgoblins?
The U.S. economy has been getting stronger, and home values have been increasing. This good economic news presents a unique financial opportunity for you. Hi, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Many of our clients have been taking cash out of their homes, a strategy that might work for you. The smart move is to refinance your mortgage right now with Quicken Loans. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.18%, APR 4.35%. Call Quicken Loans today at 800-QUICKEN to see how much we can lower your mortgage payment. For 7 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the third year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
7:06. Let's get an update on our roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Edens, traffic is stop and go from Peterson to the junction. It's 24 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 23. The Kennedy, 42 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 24 from Montrose, 20 in the Express. Outbound 28 minutes, downtown to the airport. Eisenhower, delay starting at Manheim, 55 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop. Outbound 32. Stevenson, 55 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, 44 from the Tri-State. Outbound, it's fine. On Ryan, 34 minutes, 95th to downtown, outbound 15. Bishop Ford, 20 minutes, 80-94 to the Ryan, northbound Tri-State. Scattered delays are from 95th to LaGrange Road, Plainfield Road to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Northbound Veterans Memorial, slow 63rd to the Reagan Tollway. The other tollways are fine, no delays to report in Northwest Indiana. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. The latest with meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Wind gusts up to 30 miles per hour today with clouds and sun, high 48. Partly cloudy, brisk, and cold tonight. Again, wind gusts up to 30 miles per hour with a low 23. Breezy tomorrow with clouds and sun, high 35 and a low 23. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Sunrise in Chicago, 34 degrees. Next news at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Airwaves. Check out the show that's all about making money in real estate every Sunday at noon on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Tuesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
When I hear Nancy Pelosi get all upset about this and how in the grip of the Russians this shows us to be, this is an absurdity. But then you ask yourself, well, then why did he lie about it?
The last thing Canadians expect is for me to come down and lecture another country on how they choose to govern themselves.
We don't want to have our country have the kinds of problems that you're witnessing taking place, not only here, but all over the world.
Excited about Valentine's Day?
Rick, are you just looking at things in the office and saying that you love them?
I love lamp.
Do you really love the lamp, or are you just saying it because you saw it?
I love lamp. I love lamp.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, National Security Advisor Lieutenant General Michael Flynn resigned late last night amid controversy surrounding, frankly, his honesty with respect to conversations he had with the Russian ambassador prior to his installment as National Security Advisor, his description of those conversations to Vice President Mike Pence and President Trump. He wrote in his resignation, did Flynn, I inadvertently briefed the Vice President-elect and others with incomplete information regarding my phone calls with the Russian ambassador. I have sincerely apologized to the President and the Vice President, and they have accepted my apology. This you heard at the top, Krauthammer asking the question, why would he lie? It was, or be incomplete. It was a major error in judgment. He calls it inadvertent. Richard Pearl, former National Security Advisor, former national security official in the W. Bush and Reagan administrations, raised another issue. It's not just the integrity of General Flynn that is at stake here or at bar here, also of the CIA.
There's a huge effort underway to make problems for Mike Flynn. I don't think there's any doubt about that. We don't know the substance of the conversation, so it's very difficult to judge.
Right.
He says he can't rule out that it was mentioned, which may be an indication that something was said in passing and he attributed no importance to it. Without the substance of the conversation, we won't know. But what's really striking is that if there are intercepts, these leaks of intercepts are coming from within the intelligence community. And that's a terrible thing, undermining the National Security Advisor by leaking information. And clearly, the intelligence community doesn't like Flynn because he shook them up when he was trying to make our intelligence services effective in Afghanistan. And he did a lot of things that were not welcome by the CIA.
So questions abound. And to help us answer, or at least address some of those questions, we're pleased to be joined again by our friend and really the best reporter in Washington, D.C., for my money. She is Catherine Herridge, Chief Intelligence Correspondent for Fox News. Catherine, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Thanks as always for having me.
So to tackle both questions, the nature of Michael Flynn's incomplete recollection, changing story, is the bottom line on this that his incomplete recollection, whether it was advertent or inadvertent, is ultimately what led to his resignation?
I think it's the inconsistencies of the information that he provided to the White House that ultimately led him to decide that he had to leave this position as National Security Advisor. Based on what I've been able to learn through my reporting, is that the issue of sanctions was discussed in the phone call, but it was in passing. No commitment was made to lift the sanctions against the Russians once President Trump came into office. It was a conversation with the tone that it would be reviewed and they would consider the matter further because these sanctions were levied by the outgoing administration. So as I said, based on my reporting, it's not the substance necessarily of the conversation, which is the issue here, but whether he was as forthright about the conversations and whether he placed the same import on the topic as others who are critics of the administration and were looking for an opening. I think it's entirely possible here that he discussed it in passing, and because there was no commitment to make a change, he didn't really place the kind of significance on it that, as I mentioned, critics clearly have.
Well, then how did he put himself in a position where he could have been blackmailed?
Well, it's the inconsistency, and I'm glad you raised that. It's the inconsistency in the statements which raised that issue. But I would really encourage people and the listeners of your show who are very savvy to kind of step back, and every time they see an anonymously sourced story, to ask themselves two things. One is, what is the motivation behind the leak, and what is the target of the leak? And in virtually all of these leaks in the last couple of weeks to do with Flynn's conversations, Flynn has been the target, the Trump administration has been the target, and the effort has been to undermine them. And on this point, I'd also ask people to consider the following. And I don't want to get too inside baseball, but the clip from Richard Pearl alluded to this. You know, picking up people's phone calls, or what they call telephone intercepts, this is one of the most sensitive elements of collection within the intelligence community. And these are called compartmented programs. And that's a fancy way of saying that the access to this information and the method is extremely restricted. It would be probably just a few dozen people who would have had access to it. And if you don't mind me just continuing on this point, if you pick up phone calls of people inside the United States, and one of them is an American citizen, there's special protections to mask the identity of that individual. And you have to take very affirmative steps within the intelligence community to have them unmasked, right? So if you are monitoring the calls of the Russian ambassador and you see he's talking to an American citizen, you have to take steps to find out exactly who that was. And that would have happened under the previous administration, and the knowledge of that would have been held by a very small group of people. So I would differ with Richard Pearl in that I believe that these leaks are coming from previous administration and intelligence officials, and not necessarily people who are currently within the intelligence community. And also, based on my reporting, I believe a lot of this information was collected or was known to these individuals prior to January 20th, and there has been a very targeted campaign to leak this information. And just before I got on the phone with you, I had an email exchange with Mike Flynn, who said that he believed that this was a targeted and a coordinated campaign, and that laws may have been violated with the leaking of this information.
Well, that's really interesting. And so the minimization procedures, as you're referencing, this was raised in the Wall Street Journal editorial pages yesterday, too, and the questions about, well, why wasn't Flynn given the normal treatment of an American citizen with respect to any surveillance and these telephone intercepts, and if he was specifically targeted for eavesdropping, then what's the basis of that targeting? What was the basis of a warrant that was obtained from a FISA court? Those are legitimate questions, then.
Right. So to really make it simple for your listeners, if we collect a phone call and we're monitoring, in this case, the Russian ambassador, and he's having a conversation or he's texting what's presumed to be an American citizen inside the United States, the identity of that caller is minimized or masked. You can't see who it is. You have to go through several steps in order to identify who that person is. And in virtually every case, you have to present evidence of what you believe to be wrongdoing. You can't just ask for that person to be unmasked or identified because you're interested to see who the conversation is with. So there's a very high bar to protect the conversations of American citizens inside this country from collection methods that are used against foreign nationals. It's not a surprise that the U.S. government would be monitoring the Russian ambassador. What is surprising is that Flynn was unmasked, and it would have happened because of the timing of these phone calls under the previous administration. And I go back to the original question, which is that a very small group of individuals would have had access to this information and would have had knowledge that it was Flynn on that phone call. And this appears to be a severity of a leak that we have not seen for a very, very long time, and it could only have come from a very small pool of individuals. And I know that based on my reporting that the head of the House Intelligence Committee is asking the FBI to do an assessment of these leaks and essentially whether laws were broken.
Well,
when it was. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but then I want to go back to the Washington Post story. Justice Department warned White House that Flynn could be vulnerable to Russian blackmail. Based on the nature of the conversation, we understand it to be, even though we don't know exactly what it was.
Well, I know we're kind of in difficult territory, but it's based on the reporting that I have. It's the issue is the inconsistency in the story. It's not the substance of what was. It's not the substance of what was said.
So that Washington Post. I mean, is from your reporting, would you say that Washington Post story is a little bit out over its skis?
I want to just stick with what I know.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Rather than comment on other people's reporting, based on what I've been able to learn, is that the promising conversation to you this session.
Catherine, we're losing you. I think NSA has got a FISA
our
warrant for your phone now.
You're back.
There you go.
Hey, real quick
anyway,
the Justice Department, the acting Attorney General Sally Yates is the one who warned the White House last month, though, that he could be getting blackmailed. Correct? Is she the one who started this?
This is the reporting this morning. But again, what I would really urge your listeners to do is to always ask themselves, when it's an anonymous source, ask what is the motivation behind that leak and who's the target. And this seems to be another example of someone who is a critic of the current administration, trying to put out their information, which is designed to, in this case, further undermine Flynn and the White House.
Those are good questions to keep in mind.
If I could just, bottom line that people really need to pay attention to is, if you put the politics to one side, this appears to be the leaking of information which is highly sensitive and compartmented and only held by a very small group of people. This is a very serious matter. And that collection method on the Russian ambassador is now lost. It's now lost.
Let me...
that would be the belief.
Okay, important points. Let me also ask you, from what you've gathered thus far, do you have any insights into who may be Flynn's replacement at NSA?
The Flynn's replacement on the National Security Council, I believe the White House this morning indicated, at least in a temporary fashion, it would be Keith Kellogg, who has been very involved in the transition, and there are a number of names that are being floated out there, but I would say a lot of people push their own names out there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. Dan Proft.
Something also to keep in mind, yes.
Unusual, yes.
Always keep in mind the self-promotion aspect of it, too. All right, she is Catherine Harris, Chief Intelligence Correspondent for Fox News. Catherine, great insights as always. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
If you're talking about it, Dan and Amy are talking about it. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine right now. Just a beautiful day for this Valentine's Day 2017. A high today of 48 degrees. It will get windy here by the afternoon. And then tonight, it's going to become brisk and cold for a few days here. We're going to have a low of 23 and tomorrow a high of 35. Let's go into the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Delabate.
Thank you, Amy. Good morning. Things are bottled up in Elk Grove Village. Westbound Oakton at 83 or just west of there got a crash. It had the road shut down. Now it's just 3 right lanes blocked, but it's still causing a lot of congestion. The Edens is 23 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 24. The Kennedy, 49 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 32. The Eisenhower is now an hour and 7 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound, it's 35 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour and 3 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Fine outbound. Ryan, 35 minutes, 95th to the Loop. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, now seeing delays Irving Park to North Avenue, then 18th to the Stevenson. Northbound Tri-State, slow in pockets from 95th to the Hinsdale Oasis. Stop and go from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial, heavy 75th to the Reagan Tollway. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Hey, check this out. Once again, MyPillow sweetened the deal on Valentine's Day. In addition to the Mike Lindell 4-pack special with 40% off 2 premium MyPillows plus 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows, You'll also get free shipping. In fact, you'll get free shipping off any order over $100. So remember, Mike Lindell invented MyPillow for everybody with pillow-related sleep issues. You can move the patented fill to give you the extra support you need, regardless of sleep position. You'll get into deep sleep faster and stay there longer. No more waking up to a stiff neck or headache. They're made in the U.S. of A. They have a 10-year warranty on those bad boys, and it is washable and dryable with a 60-day money-back guarantee. Again, for a limited time, you'll receive Mike Lindell's 4-pack special of 40% off plus free shipping. So call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201. And use the promo code Amy to receive this unreal deal. And if you're putting off purchasing a MyPillow, it's time to finally start getting a great night's sleep. I know I do. So go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use the promo code Amy.
The U.S. economy has been getting stronger, and home values have been increasing. This good economic news presents a unique financial opportunity for you. Hi, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Many of our clients have been taking cash out of their homes, a strategy that might work for you. The smart move is to refinance your mortgage right now with Quicken Loans. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.18%, APR 4.35%. Call Quicken Loans today at 800-QUICKEN to see how much we can lower your mortgage payment. For 7 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the third year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
You need to switch your cell phone service to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile was founded to support conservative causes while providing the same great nationwide cell phone coverage that you're already used to enjoying. Patriot Mobile allows you to donate up to 5% of your monthly bill to the conservative organization of your choice at no extra cost to you. Do what I'm doing. Do like me. Switch to Patriot Mobile and support the conservative agenda. Switch today and get a free iPhone with a $50 unlimited talk, text, and data plan, or a free Galaxy phone with a $45 unlimited talk, text, and data plan. They will also buy out your current contract up to $500 per line. There's no catch. Call 800-A-PATRIOT, and Patriot Mobile will even waive your activation fee with promo code Joe. Or go to patriotmobile.com/Joe.
AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. A little original reporting from one of the papers I co-founded, the Lake County Gazette.
Oh, your side hustle.
My side hustle. I like that. So here's the deal. You know those 6 New England Patriots who won't go to the White House?
Oh, yeah.
They apparently also won't go to a polling place. We looked up their voter registration records.
Did?
Oh, how about it? Martellus Bennett, he played for the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
Martellus Bennett slammed Kanye West in December for supporting Donald Trump, but not taking the time to vote. That's what Martellus Bennett told Kanye West. But Illinois State Board of Elections records show Bennett himself didn't vote in 2014 while playing for the Bears when he lived and was registered at his home in Long Grove.
Oh.
Bennett announced last week, of course, he won't visit the White House when his team is recognized by Trump, the Patriots. He didn't vote in the March 2014 primary, nor did he vote in the November general election in 2014 while he was in the Chicago metropolitan area. Also, the 5 other players that are refusing to go to the White House, LeGarrette Blount, James White, Devin McCourty, Donta Hightower, they're not registered at all for the 6. Chris Long, the 6th, hasn't updated his voter registration since 2007 when he lived in Virginia. So, I don't know, maybe they're not the best situated to offer the country a civics lesson with their defiant refusal to go to the White House. I mean, I'm sure they won't be missed, but it's just, kind of fun to point out the selective civic engagement of celebrities, which is what these guys are. Again, you can be great in one aspect of your life, like playing football, And you can be a big mope in other aspects of your life, like civics and politics.
So you think that if they make a stand and don't go to visit Trump at the White House, they should at least be registered to vote?
Well, I mean, I was especially Martellus Bennett, who's chastising Kanye West for supporting Trump but not taking the time to vote. Well, what did you do when you were in Illinois, Mr. Bennett, besides not catch very many passes?
Hey-o.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The baby is just so beautiful.
Mom, this baby is a toddler now. Sammy's into absolutely everything. We've been working on childproofing. That's why we called Budget Blinds to come put in motorized blinds and shades.
Those beautiful new window treatments are motorized?
Yeah, you just use this remote. See?
Oh, that is so great. But what does it have to do with baby proofing?
No cords. Nothing for Sammy to grab hold of.
Wow, I never thought of that.
Yeah, it's more of a necessity than a luxury when you have kids.
My grandson is beautiful. My daughter is brilliant. And now I need Budget Blinds to come to my house right away.
Budget Blinds helps you childproof your home with the luxury of cordless motorized window coverings. And during the Luxury Within Reach event, the more you buy, the more you save, with savings up to $2,000. Hurry and call 855-BUDGET-BLINDS now before this offer ends, or go online to budgetblinds.com. Don't miss out. Call 855-BUDGET-BLINDS now. Offer good on select products at participating independently owned and operated franchises. Restrictions may apply. Ask for details.
Upstream-ideas.com, premium content that complements what we do on this show. The property tax exposés we've been discussing on this show, and we've got another one coming up, South Suburban Cook County at the top of the 8 o'clock hour today. That'll be posted at upstream-ideas.com. 60-second commentaries from me, including this week's on that New Trier racial seminar of sorts that's scheduled for a week from Monday or a week from next Tuesday, I guess. In addition to Follow the Logic Man on the Street interviews this week, comparing the defund Planned Parenthood rallies to the Moon Under Trump Tower protests this past Sunday. 2-minute warnings, long-form interviews with opinion leaders and policymakers. It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Wake up, Bruce Rauner. Bring back Illinois. Wake up, Illinois. You're surrounded. We'll discuss dueling op-eds on her pages with Tribune columnist and editorial board member Kristen McQuarrie at 7:37.
But first, let's go into the newsroom and say good morning and happy Valentine's Day to Mike Scott.
Dan and Amy, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Beautiful sunny skies this morning, but dark skies on the health insurance front this morning. A merger that would have created the nation's biggest private Medicare insurer is now dead, as health insurance giants Aetna and Humana said this morning. They're giving up on what would have been a $37 billion deal. You may recall a federal court blocked the deal on antitrust grounds as well. President Trump needs a new full-time national security advisor following last night's resignation of Michael Flynn. The Trump administration facing a crisis of sorts. The retired General Flynn resigns his position for misleading Vice President Mike Pence. Meantime, there were other members of the President Obama Justice Department that were trying to alert Trump administration officials that something improper had taken place. We get that part of the story from Fox's Kristen Fisher.
Complicating matters even more for the White House is a report in the Washington Post that the Justice Department, specifically the acting attorney general at the time, Sally Yates, had warned the White House that Flynn was possibly vulnerable to Russian blackmail attempts, yet they did nothing about it until now. So what next? Well, Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg has already been named acting National Security Advisor. He'd been serving as Chief of Staff for the National Security Council, and he's also in the running to fill the position full-time.
That's Fox's Kristen Fisher. No classes again today at dozens of Northern California schools below the troubled Oroville Dam. More than 180,000 were evacuated. California Governor Jerry Brown is asking for federal help in response to the damaged dam.
Filed a letter with the president asking for an emergency declaration for the kind of relief that kind of petition will make available.
It could be 2 weeks before residents can return and the schools able to reopen. 2 are dead this morning following a car crash in west suburban Maywood. Police say the accident happened early this morning in the 1100 block of South 9th Avenue. A statewide Amber Alert issued for a 15-year-old missing girl from Gary, Indiana. Gary police say Chastanae Reeves may have been abducted. She went missing yesterday morning after her mother became a victim of a crime. White Sox pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training. Meantime, the Cubs report to Arizona today. College hoops last night. Villanova beat DePaul. The News is a service of Accountemps. When you could use help closing your books and need additional staffing, it's time to call Accountemps. They can provide you with bookkeepers and other accounting and finance pros on a temporary or project basis. And fast. Call today Accountemps, a Robert Half company. 7:34. We'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager is sympathetic to teachers.
Most teachers care about their students. They also care about their incomes. They're really between a rock and a hard place, most teachers. If the issue is what is good for children, the teachers' unions are despicable. If the issue is what's good for my income, the teachers' unions are angels. That's really what a teacher has to confront. If you know only one thing about life, know that whatever the left touches, it wrecks.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's Galaxy's free sale. Free installation, free design, and free financing.
773-783-8300. Call Galaxy.
Mike Rowe here for 1 hour. Today, Chuck is jogging in place to make a point about energy efficiency.
I thought I was training for a marathon.
He's been at it now for...
3 minutes.
And already he's wearing out.
I'm not.
Your heating and air conditioning systems are a lot like Chuck.
Warm yet somehow cool?
Wheezing, wasting energy, and probably headed for replacement.
You're talking about the air systems, right?
Sure, pal. Sure. Call 1 hour before it's too late.
Can you do the disclaimer for me?
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Thanks.
Check out the ammo event this weekend at Point Blank Range and Gun Shop. All ammo will be on sale, including 9mm starting at $10.99. Save up to 30% on a great selection of brand name ammo this Friday through Monday. Point Blank Range and Gun Shop offers a state-of-the-art indoor shooting range, an extensive inventory of firearms, and a supportive, knowledgeable team. The ammo event is this weekend at Point Blank Range and Gun Shop. Visit shootpointblank.com for details. Some restrictions may apply.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, I'm pretty stupid. I should have ordered it 15 years ago. It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
They're just awesome. They keep asking me, what am I doing? I told them what I did with my cholesterol. I had the blood test, right? And it went down 100 points. 262, now it's 162. Everything is just perfect.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
737. Let's check our roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Edens is just 21 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound it's 28. The Kennedy now 50 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 33. The Eisenhower, an hour and 3 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 34 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 8 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 36 minutes. The Ryan, 37 minutes. 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State slow 95th to LaGrange Road. From the Stevenson to 47. Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial slow Boughton to the Reagan Tollway. Traffic is a service of LifeLock. Grabbing coffee or breakfast. If you swipe your card, you leave a trail of digital information thieves can use to steal your identity. Ever hear of LifeLock? The U.S.-based team of specialists help resolve identity theft problems. Go to lifelock.com now. Use promo code RISK to save 10%. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, clouds and sunshine, windy and mild today, high near 48. Brisk and colder overnight, low 23. 35 at O'Hare. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Secure Retirement Radio with host Raj Shah. Sunday mornings at 7 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, turning our sights to Illinois, a Pew Charitable Trust study released recently shows that since 2007, the average rate of personal income growth for Illinois residents as a whole is less than 1% for a decade. Less than 1% income growth, 0.9%. It is the second worst in the country. The U.S. growth rate, 1.7%. So it's about half of the average wage growth rate in the personal income growth rate in the country, 0.9%.
But wait, Dan, quickly, before we get to that, I have to say Jim Hess. We have to thank Jim Hess for listening to AM 560, The Answer. Jim Hess, paging Jim Hess. Thanks for making Chicago's Morning Answer and AM 560 part of your day. Please continue. Dan.
Way to go, Jim.
Thank you, Jim
Hess.
Jim Hess.
Yes, I will see you later. I'm sure you're leaving Illinois. 2000. I mean, I just wanted to say that again. 10 years, the average rate of personal income growth for all Illinois residents is 0.9%, which is half the national average. Which, frankly, the national average isn't anything to write home about. Pew analyst Barb Rosewitz said one of the main drivers for such slow growth in Illinois, the loss of high-paying manufacturing jobs and ever-thinning profit margins for farmers. High-paying manufacturing jobs, that's interesting. Well, that helps explain part of it because Illinois is the only state in the Great Lakes where we have more government jobs, than manufacturing jobs. Also, just by way of comparison, since the depth of the Great Recession, in terms of manufacturing job recovery, the state of Michigan, with bankrupt Detroit, 170,000 manufacturing jobs recovered since the depth of the Great Recession. Illinois, during that same time, stayed twice as big, twice as populous, 20,000. Something happening in Illinois that's not happening anywhere else, which is why we have an editorial in the Tribune, Wake Up Illinois, You're Surrounded. We have an editorial from Diana Rickert in the Tribune, Wake Up Bruce Rauner, Bring Back Illinois. And we have the General Assembly preparing for the zombie apocalypse. I'm not kidding. The legislature of Illinois, whereas if the citizens of Illinois are prepared for zombies, then they are prepared for any natural disaster. While a zombie apocalypse may never happen, the preparation for such an event is the same as for any natural disaster. House Resolution 30. So there you go. So we've got that going for us, which is nice. For more on the waking up part, we're pleased to be joined by Kristen McQuarrie, Chicago Tribune editorial board member. Kristen, thanks for being with us.
Sure.
You happy about the General Assembly's zombie preparedness?
I am. And, right after they tried to pass a pension bill last week, they got right to the serious business, and they passed a resolution to reduce sugar intake on Wednesdays during the month of February. So I hope you guys didn't have any donuts during the last few Wednesdays, because that was really important that the Senate spend some time debating that.
Are you kidding me?
Finally. That's what I say.
No,
Finally.
they really did. They passed a resolution to encourage people to eat fewer desserts. And then, of course, Senator Jim Oberweis, who owns an ice cream franchise, stood up and objected. And I mean, that's what they're busy doing these days.
That is just silliness.
Because it's fun. God. It's fun. They're having a good time. That's the important thing. Your editorial, Wake Up Illinois, the editorial board's Tribune editorial board editorial. Wake Up Illinois, You're Surrounded. I'm hopeful that means that we're going to be invaded and taken over, but I don't think that's what it means.
No, we responded to the governor of Missouri signing right-to-work legislation in that state, becoming the 28th state in the country, and all of our surrounding states now have some form of right-to-work, and it's just so far off the burner for Illinois that we wrote about it.
And so but you don't advocate that Illinois pursue the same course. You're raising that as a way to highlight the issues of structural reform that would engender economic growth. Is that the proper takeaway?
It is, except that we were one of the first early supporters of Governor Rauner's plan when he was elected for right-to-work zones. We wrote about it quite extensively. He advocated not even a full statewide right-to-work law, but in areas of serious distress, counties could approve right-to-work zones much as they do like TIF districts. So it was even a much more watered-down proposal than neighboring states, and we were big supporters of that. I mean, tell me why you shouldn't have a right-to-work zone that the local government, the alderman, the city council, or whomever gets to decide on the south side of Chicago or the west side where these places are completely decimated brownfields. But, of course, there's too much adherence to the union. So we were in support of his plan. It just got no support. He tried to take his ideas on the road, as you know, when he was first elected. He only got a couple of municipalities to get behind his turnaround agenda. So our point is not that we wouldn't like to see right to work, but we are realistic about the chances of that getting support in a Democrat-dominated General Assembly.
Speaking of Governor Rauner, he appeared before your editorial board last week and is scheduled to give his state budget address tomorrow. What does his performance before your board last week portend for his remarks tomorrow?
I mean, I hate to call it a performance. It was just he asked to have a sit down and wanted to bring our editorial board and others up to speed on what was going on in Springfield. He seemed very disengaged. He has, as you know, been not trying to interfere with what's going on in the Senate and getting criticism from both sides that he should be involved. And you referenced Diana Rickard's piece in the paper today. I think he finally realizes that he has to weigh in to some degree because whatever is happening in the Senate is starting to crumble. And I expect that he's going to say that there are certain pieces of this plan that don't go far enough.
But he said that, I mean, he was going to shake up Springfield and do all this, but he seems to be sitting on the sidelines. And what is he going to intervene? Is he going to insert himself at any point in time here?
I mean, he's sitting on the sidelines during this particular moment in time. I would argue that he's tried everything else. I mean, he came in and he tried to go to local governments, and he tried to get the people on board on his turnaround agenda. He met with legislative leaders individually. He met with them together. He met with lawmakers individually. He tried to get lawmakers themselves to bubble up some proposals to bring to his desk. I mean, he would call meetings and Mike Madigan wouldn't even come. So, and he's run commercials and he's gone around the state. He's just not getting enough traction on some of his issues, but I don't necessarily put that all in his lap that he's been sitting on the sidelines. He, during this one point in time, he's trying to see what emerges from the Senate because the Democrats don't like Bruce Rauner. They don't want him to win another term. They are openly discussing in caucus, why are we going to do anything on this guy's agenda to help him? So if he gets involved, he crashes any potential of some of his turnaround items being turned into law.
Yeah, and so he's not precluded from introducing his own plans, is he? This is the point Diana Rickard makes in her piece that you just referenced and I referenced earlier. She writes, well, remember when Rauner promised on the campaign trail to lower the state income tax rate to 3% by the end of his first term? I do. He has been in office 2 years and yet to propose a plan to do so. And he apparently has nothing to say about the grand bargain that you were referencing that would increase the state income tax to 4.99%, 7% or higher. What about that? It's nice to have meetings with people that are intransigent and give the appearance that you're working to try and forge a compromise, and I suggest that he's earnest in that desire. When it becomes obvious that that's not going to come to pass, as you're describing, there's no interest, introduce your own plan and make your case to the people. I thought that's what he did as a candidate, willing to take on the establishment of both parties, and I have yet to see a plan from him.
He does have a plan. He has introduced bills. They don't go anywhere. He introduced a workers' comp bill that goes farther than what the Senate is talking about. He's introduced his own property tax freeze bill. The House ignored it and voted 18 times on a different bill. He's introduced legislation for term limits. They've ignored it. He's introduced legislation for them to approve redistricting reform. They ignore it. This idea that somehow he's not introducing bills is just not true.
What about a budget?
He has introduced two budgets. The first budget he introduced was predicated on pension savings that didn't come to fruition because the court later ruled the reform bill was unconstitutional. He introduced his budget in February. The court threw out the decision in May. The legislature ignored it anyway, and they sent him a budget that was like $7 billion out of balance, so he vetoed it. The next year, he introduced another budget, and it had two avenues. Either give me the power to change Medicaid rates and untie us from some of these mandatory streams of revenue, or let's talk about a tax increase. He did. He introduced a budget that had two sides to it. I was sitting there. I saw it. It's online. Go to his website. It's there. The General Assembly ignored it again. So this whole idea that somehow he's – and by the way, every governor introduces budgets that are predicated on the legislature doing something. Quinn, Blagojevich, this budget is balanced because we're going to sell the Thompson Center. This budget is balanced because we're going to expand casino gambling. Those things don't happen, and then all of a sudden the introduced budget is unbalanced. Why is there a different set of rules for Rauner than there was for these other Democratic governors?
Well, there's no different set of rules. We haven't had a constitutionally balanced budget in 15 years. It's something that I talk about till I'm purple in the face, but that doesn't absolve the curious strategy, in my opinion, of playing Pontius Pilate and suggesting that the people who are the propagators of the culture that you believe needs to be changed in Springfield are going to present you with those things that would change the culture. That is, the logic doesn't hold up.
That is true. But he has introduced budgets that were balanced based on what other governors have done in the past, and they sent him an unbalanced budget. I would agree with you that we've been through this twice now. If he gets another unbalanced budget, instead of sitting around and doing a stopgap, then he has to take out his veto pen and see what he can veto. But there are a lot of rules as to where the money is already allocated, so he can't even really cut. He can't cut $8 billion out of the budget. I mean, a lot of the money, there's just only a so finite amount of discretionary funds. You have to change Medicaid rates. You have to do things that the legislature has to send you a bill to do. So, and you know what? The legislature ignored all of Governor Quinn's budgets too. So I bristle a little bit at this idea that he didn't introduce a budget because they're online. You can go read them. You can read line by line his budget.
So do you think a meeting with Governor Rauner, does he seem exhausted? Does he still have some fight left in him? I mean, obviously campaigning is different than governing. Do you think he realizes the magnitude of what he's into?
I think so. I think also there are scenarios where he can't win. He's getting hit on the far right. He's always getting beat up on the left. He's just very careful now in what he says because he's gotten himself into trouble before. You know, AFSCME, the teacher or the largest state employee union, still relies on something he said when he was first running where he called them AFSCME, and it seemed like he was kind of gunning for a strike, and they keep using that 2 or 3 year old quote against him. So he just seemed really cautious when he met with us and was not willing to go on the record about just about everything, giving one-word answers and stilted sentences. And so I don't know. Maybe he's losing his way a little bit.
Well, it seems to me that he came to the governor's mansion on the crest of discontent with the status quo, somebody that was seen as an outsider, willing, as I said, to take on the established order in the city and the state. And that circumspection that you're describing, I think, is problematic for his reelection, is it not?
I hear you on that point, but I think that a lot of the voters in the state who voted for Rauner did want to see things change in Springfield, and they're frustrated. And he's losing that middle-of-the-road base. He's never going to lose people who are just simply not going to vote for another Democrat. But all those states that I mentioned earlier that are right-to-work states that are pulling job growth away from our state, they all have Republican legislatures and Republican governors. So it's a lot easier to get your agenda through. And so this criticism that he keeps getting that he's not standing up, well, then he's going to be standing up alone. Because the fact is we have a democratically controlled legislature.
Well, I don't know. Mitch Daniels didn't have a Republican-controlled legislature when he took office in Indiana, and his leadership brought about one. And so I guess that's the issue. And by the way, enthusiasm matters. So Dan Proft is not going to vote for a Democrat for governor, that Woodchuck, Kennedy, or anybody else. But here's the thing. Enthusiasm matters. And if you don't believe me, then go ask Mark Kirk versus Leslie Munger. Leslie Munger loses her race by 5 points in November. Mark Kirk loses his by 14. You can have people sit out. And that turns out to be a real problem for the governor if he's not going to regain that maverick sensibility that he had when he was candidate for governor, Bruce Rauner.
Do you think he's lost it?
I think as you're describing, and as I watched that performance before your editorial board, That was not a maverick. That was not somebody that's taking to the fight and willing to die on a hill if necessary. That was not somebody painting a bold vision and saying, if they don't want to do this, then we'll make the 2018 election a referendum on it. That's not what I heard. What I heard is what you just described. Somebody very cautious, trying not to say the wrong thing, do the wrong thing. And that kind of prevent defense prevents you from, number one, winning re-election, number two, generating the revolt that you need to come to Illinois if you want our policy choices to resemble anything approximating what we see going on with our neighbors.
I hear you. I just think voters they're getting frustrated and they don't pay attention to all the details like you and I do. I mean, this compromise bill that is moving through the Senate, the second it was filed, it was then 13 bills. You had 188 pages of opponents lining up to oppose everything in that package. So he is up against a big problem in Springfield. People don't believe in the same ways of growing the state that he does or that we do. And you got to win seats. I mean, he's under a Democrat map. It's a Democrat legislature. I
hear
think
you.
that he will be. I think he will have a hard time running for re-election, even though they've tried to stop him at every move. If he has not gotten some sort of a budget passed or something on his turnaround agenda, and that means he has to work with the Democrats to get it to his desk. Just the way it is.
All right. She is Kristen McQuarrie, Chicago Tribune columnist and editorial board member. Kristen, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Sure. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line. Bye.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Lou Bridges Show, a show about the truth of the foreclosure crisis. Saturday mornings at 8 on AM 560, The Answer.
Calling all business owners. Are you running your business without being incorporated? If you answered yes, you are now eligible to incorporate in just 10 minutes. It's a quick incorporation event from Incorporate.com, designed to save small business owners from the risk of losing everything. Just call this number for your free 10-minute incorporation guide, 1-800-700-6044. If you're not incorporated, it's not just your business that can be sued. It's you, too, which means you could lose everything. Your home, your car, even your life savings. That's why small business owners across the country are now scrambling to incorporate during this event. Call now for your free 10-minute incorporation guide while supplies last. 1-800-700-6044. Incorporate.com doesn't provide legal or financial advice. They just make incorporating or forming an LLC quick and easy. But hurry and call now while they're still giving these 10-minute incorporation guides away for free. Call 1-800-700-6044. That's 1-800-700-6044.
No more excuses, gentlemen. It's a new year, and you need to stop putting things off, especially when it comes to taking care of your health. Dan Proft here. I know we all hate going to the doctor. That's why Low T Center makes it quick and easy to get your testosterone levels checked. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and with the convenience of their on-site lab, you get your results in about 20 minutes. So if you're drinking coffee or energy drinks just to get you through the day, or if you always feel like you need a nap, you may have low T. Low T levels can make you feel tired and grumpy, raise your cholesterol, and even cause weight gain. I personally recommend going to my friends at Low T Center. They accept most health insurance, are in-network for most providers, have flexible hours, including Saturdays, so don't hesitate to find out what your number is this new year. I'm sure glad I did. Call my friends at Low T Center and tell them I sent you. 630-409-4305. 630-409-4305 is the number. You can call Low T Center at 630-409-4305 or visit them online at lowtcenter.com.
Hello, everyone, and here we go again with Karen Lewis and the Chicago Teachers Union demanding more money from the Chicagoland taxpayers. Well, I say enough is enough. The teachers get paid from the property taxes that homeowners pay every year. If the Teachers Union gets more money, that means your property taxes are going to go higher. This is Tom Marabali, your health insurance advocate and independent representative for Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois and other health insurance carriers. For months now, I have been telling you about purchasing health savings account PPO plans that will cost you approximately 40% less in monthly premiums than you're currently paying now. Well, the same thing applies to the Teachers Union. I can show the union that they can purchase a more comprehensive health insurance plan that is in full compliance with the Affordable Care Act and will cost the taxpayers up to 40% less in monthly health insurance premiums. For more information, you can call me at 630-863-3477. That's 630-863-3477.
Looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing mortgage? Then you need to do what I did, and that's call David Hochberg over there at Pearl Mortgage. When Team Hochberg at Pearl Mortgage helps you secure your next mortgage, you will receive a $400 closing cost credit if you're employed in any of the following professions: EMT, active or retired police, firefighters and military, doctors, nurses, CNAs, social workers, radio talk show hosts, teachers of any grade, including college. Now, this credit can't be combined with state assistant programs. All you have to do is present an acceptable ID or letter from your employer or retirement fund, and you'll receive a $400 closing cost credit, no strings attached. And if you want to work with an honest and knowledgeable local lender who will always look out for your financial best interest, then you need to call David now. 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. David has helped me and thousands of AM560 listeners, but he can't help you if you don't call him. So call him now, 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage, an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358 NMLS 19186.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Dave Anthony. Less than a month in office, and President Trump needs to find a new national security advisor. Michael Flynn resigned amid controversy last night. Fox's John Decker is live at the White House.
Under increasing fire over his conflicting statements about his contacts with Russian officials before the inauguration, National Security Advisor Flynn resigned. Appearing on Fox and Friends, Kellyanne Conway, a counselor to the president, explained the reason for the resignation.
In the end, he felt he had misled or misrepresented all the facts to the president and to the vice president, and for that he was enormously and deeply sorry.
Keith Kellogg, the chief of staff at the National Security Council who advised Mr. Trump during the campaign, will now serve as interim national security advisor. Dave?
John, Democrats want more information, including a briefing from intelligence agencies on Flynn. Senator Chris Coons says
there's important unanswered questions about General Flynn's ties to Russia, his actions during the campaign, and as national security advisor.
General David Petraeus is under consideration to be the next national security advisor. Famed for the surge during the Iraq War, Petraeus became infamous, resigning as CIA director over an affair with his biographer involving mishandled classified information. The Senate is expected in a few hours to confirm Linda McMahon, a former WWE wrestling executive, as head of the Small Business Administration. She has more Democratic support than Steve Mnuchin, the new Treasury Secretary, approved on a party line vote last night, then sworn in.
Mr. President, I want to thank you for this extraordinary opportunity.
New VA Secretary David Shulkin was confirmed unanimously. A big healthcare merger has flatlined. Aetna is calling off a $34 billion buyout of rival Humana weeks after a federal judge blocked it, citing antitrust concerns. Another judge also rejected a Blue Cross Blue Shield and Anthem merger. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Mostly sunny skies, 31 degrees, officially at O'Hare at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Here are the stories we're following this morning on WIND Chicago. 2 are dead following a car crash in west suburban Maywood. Police say the incident happened early this morning in the 1100 block of South 9th Avenue. The Sigma Alpha Epsilon chapter at Northwestern University has been suspended by its national headquarters following allegations of sexual assault at that local fraternity house. It's a follow-up to a story we first told you about in early February, and the Tribune has also followed up saying Northwestern administrators issued a security alert on February 6 after reports that as many as 4 female students were possibly given a date rape drug last month during an event at that frat house. A statewide Amber Alert has been issued for Indiana for a 15-year-old girl abducted from Gary. Chastene Reeves went missing yesterday morning after her mother became a victim of a crime.
She's been missing since approximately 2 o'clock this morning from the 2000 block of Main Street in Gary. She went to that location to seek assistance after her mother was the victim of a crime and has now since gone missing.
Because she went missing and her mother was the victim of a crime, this is believed to be an extremely dangerous situation. A suburban Chicago businessman receives a 2-year prison sentence for defrauding an investor out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Garrett Kroon told the Daily Herald that 39-year-old Sean Moran was sentenced last week after pleading guilty in September to wire fraud. The FBI investigator says Moran was owner and president of Arlington Heights-based DCL Capital. Chicago sports. College hoops last night. Villanova drilled DePaul 75-62. The news, a service of Unbound. A girl in El Salvador dreams of becoming an engineer. An elder in Uganda dreams of having a community to call his own. No two dreams are the same. Help one person achieve theirs at unbound.org. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network, a service of Turnkey.pro, here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, a major insurance company merger is dead. Aetna and Humana mutually ended their deal after a court ruling in favor of the Justice Department, which was blocking it. Aetna will pay Humana $1 billion for a termination fee. The chief executives of Target, Best Buy, Gap, and other companies are expected to meet with House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Kevin Brady today. They're fighting a proposed tax on imports, saying it would raise the prices you pay at their stores and hurt their businesses. General Motors could be selling Opel, its European business. French car maker PSA Group, which owns Peugeot, says it's talking options with GM. The Dow was up 142 points yesterday. The Nasdaq added 29 and the S&P gained 12, all to fresh records. Futures are lower this morning. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Jenny Cosola.
8:05 in Chicago. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity just wants judges to follow the laws of the land.
Rogue judges undermine our sovereignty because the law is clear. The president, A, has the authority. That's first and foremost. The judge in this case of the Western District of Washington State issues the temporary injunction stopping the president from executing the law. These laws were passed by Congress. What do you think separation of powers is all about?
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
The U.S. economy has been getting stronger, and home values have been increasing. This good economic news presents a unique financial opportunity for you. Hi, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Many of our clients have been taking cash out of their homes, a strategy that might work for you. The smart move is to refinance your mortgage right now with Quicken Loans. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.18%, APR 4.35%. Call Quicken Loans today at 800-QUICKEN to see how much we can lower your mortgage payment. For 7 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the third year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
8:06. Let's check the roads in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. And Maywood 9th Avenue remains closed from Madison south to Wilcox due to that early morning wreck. And the Des Plaines Wolf Road still shut down from Birchwood and Howard due to a crash. The Edens inbound heavy Lake Avenue to Gulf Road with a crash in the left lane. It's 25 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 33. Kennedy, now an hour and 2 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 44 minutes from Montrose, 41 on the Express, outbound 32 to the airport. The Eisenhower's an hour and 11 minutes from Thorndale to downtown, 56 minutes from Manheim, outbound 39 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 8 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 36 minutes. Orion, 39 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, stop and go, 95th to the Hinsdale Oasis. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, Veterans Memorial, so 75th to the Reagan Tollway. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, intervals of clouds and sunshine, windy and mild, high 48. Partly cloudy, brisk, and colder tonight, low 23. Then a breezy and colder day tomorrow with intervals of clouds and sunshine, high 35. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
31 at O'Hare, 36 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update is at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Radio Garden Sense, a show bringing your property's gardening needs alive. Radio Garden Sense, Sunday mornings at 11 on AM 560 The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Tuesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
When I hear Nancy Pelosi get all upset about this and how in the grip of the Russians this shows us to be, this is an absurdity. But then you ask yourself, well, then why did he lie about it?
The last thing Canadians expect is for me to come down and lecture another country on how they choose to govern themselves.
We don't want to have our country have the kinds of problems that you're witnessing taking place, not only here, but all over the world.
Excited about Valentine's Day?
Rick, are you just looking at things in the office and saying that you love them?
I love lamp.
Do you really love the lamp, or are you just saying it because you saw it?
I love lamp. I love lamp.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So our exclusive reports on Chicago metropolitan property taxes by region continue today. Today's installment, and get ready for these numbers.
What county are we going to?
We're in South Suburban Cook County, much of which has become virtually a demilitarized zone, just destroyed by Cook County property tax classification system, and disproportionately destroying poor families, lower to middle income families, who in the South suburbs are disproportionately minority, particularly black. So tell me again how the Democrat Party in Chicago and Illinois represents the interests of the minority family, represents the interests of black families. Tell me again when you hear these numbers. And let me ask another question, because we're building off the conversation we had last hour with Kristen McQuarrie, where we discussed at the outset how over the past decade, Illinois' personal income growth, 0.9% growth over a decade, second worst in the nation, half the national average. And let me just ask the question, why are you here? Why are people here? And are you staying? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro, text line. I'll answer my own question, but I'll wait for your answers first. We've done now, after South Suburban Cook County today, we've done DuPage County, we've done Lake County. We did, what was the third one? DuPage County, Lake County. North
Milwaukee. I mean, well, you
North
talked
Shore.
about Costco.
No, North Shore.
North Shore.
We've done DuPage, Lake County, North Shore, North Suburban and Cook County. Next week we will have Northwest Cook County and Will County. The week after that we'll have McHenry, Kane, and Kendall. So South Suburban Cook County. And by the way, a little context. Olympia Fields and Flossmoor, you could argue the two jewels of the south suburbs, of the Southland. Not so long ago, Olympia Fields and Flossmoor were some of the wealthiest communities in the state. 1969 story from the Chicago Tribune. The 10 richest suburbs. Kenilworth, number 1. Barrington Hills, number 2. Flossmoor, number 3, in terms of both median family income and median home value. Winnetka, number 4.
And then Mount Prospect.
Glencoe, number 5.
Then Mount Prospect.
Olympia Fields, number 6.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that was the hip hopping in place. I mean, if you're from there, you were pretty well to do.
No question about it.
What it was.
And so the reason I point that out, so fast forward 45 years, and this has been going on for some time. It didn't take 45 years. And you think what's happened in the south suburbs, including the Flossmoor and Olympia Fields, and I'm about to give you the numbers, you don't think it can happen in DuPage? You don't think it can happen on the Tony North Shore? You don't think it can happen anywhere and everywhere? It can, because the math is inexorable. And the options for people, particularly those people with means, somewhat limitless. So here it is. Riverdale. Last June, Charlene Ward paid $9,000 for an 850 square foot townhome, 13642 South Parnell Street in Pacesetter Gardens, a 1960s era development on the northwest side of Riverdale in south suburban Cook County. She paid the top of the Pacesetter Gardens market, which has 426 virtually identical row-type units. 10 have sold there since April 2014, with an average price of $5,075. She paid $9,000 last June. If it feels like a deal, $5,000 for an 850 square foot townhome.
How many square feet?
850 square feet, or $9,000 in the case of Charlene Ward. $9,000 for an 850 square foot townhome she bought last June. The property tax bill that Miss Ward is beset with, $2,381. That's an effective tax rate of 26% of home value. Assuming a 30-year mortgage and 20% down payment, her monthly mortgage would be $232, approximately $34 for principal and interest, and $198 for property taxes.
198.
34 for principal and interest, 198, 6x property taxes versus principal and interest. Over the past 10 years, the various owners at this 426 unit development have paid $26,244 in property taxes per capita, which is nearly 3 times what their property is actually worth. A few blocks away in Riverdale, 546 West 136th Street, Shirley Carter paid $2,825 in property taxes last year before selling her home for $7,500. She paid $2,825 in property taxes just last year before selling her home for $7,500. That's an effective tax rate as a percentage of home value of 38%. Here's what's happening in the south suburbs. Analyzing median home price changes again between 07 and 15 across the south suburban communities. Riverdale, minus 62%. Harvey, minus 59%. Phoenix, minus 59%. Crestwood, minus 59%. Markham, minus 59%. Robbins, minus 58%. All the way down to, let's go to Olympia Fields and Flossmoor. Olympia Fields, minus 39%. Flossmoor, minus 35%. Talked about the Craig Duchossois Mansion as one example of what's happened in Flossmoor. And the communities most hammered, of course, the poorest communities. The community's effective tax, the community of Riverdale's effective tax rate, with a $51,800 median home price in 2015, a third of it what it was 54 years ago. The community's effective tax rate, 7.61% of home value, which is the second worst of the 50 south suburban communities we studied. By the way, you can get this at southcooknews.com. You know the only community that's worse? Fort Heights, which has long been one of the poorest communities in the country.
I've been there several times. It's not good.
Yeah, and so these are the people getting the most hammered. Fort Heights, the residents there, their effective property tax rate as a percentage of home value, 10.5%. The median sale in 2016 was $33,500 in Fort Heights. Average median home price, and I mentioned, did I mention what Fort Heights is down?
Mm-hmm. Well, they don't move because they can't sell their houses.
Well, that's part of it. That's no question. I mean, who's going to buy this, and what do you get if you did buy this? Here's the other thing that's happening. The assessed valuation of many of these homes, like in Riverdale, is a multiple of what they're actually selling for. So you have a home that sells for $7,500 that's assessed by Cook County at $40,000. That's called fraud. I mean, there's a scam upon scam. There are layers to this scam being run on these families. I mean, these numbers. Think about this. Go to our 2023 projection, just to put a fine point on it. By 2023, the median home price in Riverdale projected to be little over $22,000. The total taxes paid between 2007 and 2023 would be $63,000. You would pay for your home in Riverdale, if you keep it for 16 years up to 2023, almost 3 times. And it's a similar story in Cal City and Phoenix and Fort Heights and Markham and Park Forest and Harvey. All of those communities, which are low-income communities, you're paying for your home twice or nearly 3 times just on property taxes. Forget the interest on your mortgage. And not far behind, 1 to 1.5 times over 16 years, Harvey, Dalton, Chicago Heights, Burnham, Robbins, Dixmoor, Hazelcrest, Country Club Hills, Sauk Village, Calumet Park, Thornton, South Chicago Heights. You have to get all the way down to Worth, Chicago Ridge, Hometown, Burbank, Linwood, where you're only paying for it once over those 16 years and an extra time, one full time on property taxes alone. Go all the way down to Palos Hills, Orland Hills, Palos Park, where you're paying for it half a time over the course of 16 years. And so why are we staying? Jeff and Gurnee, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. Thanks for taking my call. Wife, 2 kids, and basically Gurnee area. My mortgage is $730. My taxes are $620, and the only reason why I'm staying, my mom lives here, dad lives here. They don't like to fly. They don't like to drive long distances, and basically I'm staying for them. Got a great job, don't get me wrong, but I can transfer if need be, but mostly family, and it's just frustrating because we try, and I want to get a new car and I can't because I got to pay $620 a month in taxes. So I'll hang up and listen to your comments. Have a great day, great show.
Thanks for the call, Jeff.
You really don't realize how bad it is until you ask your family members who live in other states what they pay a year.
Mm-hmm.
I finally asked my sister in Missouri what she pays for a year. I thought she meant a month because they have a house 4 times as large as mine because they have more kids, and she pays just a few thousand a year, not for the month or for the 6-month installment, for the entire year. And they have a great school system. I mean, Kirkwood High School, Webster Groves. I mean, they're great school systems.
And compare that to what you pay.
Oh my gosh, it's sick. Like each kid has their own iPad that the school gives them.
So give us
we don't even
she
pays in a year what I feasibly pay in 2 months.
Yeah,
in 2 months, because my mortgage payment it's all taxes, not the mortgage.
So why are you here? Because you don't care about your home. This is a general question to me too, and I'm in a Chicago
why are you
resident.
here? Are we all sick in the head? What's wrong with us?
Because you don't care about your home value. You don't care about the biggest investment you're going to make in your life. You hate your money. Is that why you're here? I mean, I understand it's difficult to move. I'm not being dismissive of people's lives because, as Jeff from Gurnee was saying, family, totally. Work, kids in school, you don't want to disrupt the kids.
And it's Chicago. I mean, I love Chicago.
So do I. And the fact that you have such exodus from this city, Chicago, and state speaks to how bad it is, because it is a life-altering move to move.
Oh yeah.
I mean, this is not something that people take lightly, nor it's not something that's easily done for most people. So, and in many cases, it's heart-wrenching because of friends and familiarity, in addition to job or whatever.
We're creatures of habit. We like our amenities.
Well, yeah.
I mean, that you can't even get. Like, I feel if I moved to the suburbs, I'd be homesick.
Well,
But politicians are capitalizing on that. They know that they've got us.
Well, they
make nice things for us. They put planters in, at Ashland and Irving to make it look gentrified and cool and hip. So then they ding us every time they can with new taxes because they know we're not going to move. Because why would you move? Look at what we have here.
Well, it's not that they know we're not going to move. I said it doesn't matter, because the backfill is their voters. The more that people leave, the people that disproportionately have mobility because of resources, the better it is for them, the hollowing out of the state. People that are the beneficiaries of transfer payments and the champagne socialist barbarians in your friend circle who don't care and apparently are completely uninterested in their home value on top of it. Completely uninterested. It's fascinating.
Money doesn't matter.
Well, right. I mean, well, that's what I'm saying. You're at some point
they
where
don't have one, they have two private planes.
money doesn't matter. Okay, fine.
Yeah. So weird, because I swear, growing up, the Republicans were the rich ones and the Democrats were the working class, and I think that it is flip-flopped. Now the Democrats are the elite and the rich, and the working class are Republicans.
And so those individuals that have been the base of the Democrat Party that has controlled Cook County from time immemorial, I mean, what do you say to this? I mean, I'd love to hear from South Suburban Cook County residents. What do you say? You Democrats. And all you Champagne socialists who care about low-income folks in the south and west sides of the city or the south suburbs, all black communities like Fort Heights and Riverdale, effectively. You think you're their champion? You think this is going well for them? They're getting fleeced every which way. And it's from the politicians you support. Look, the reason I'm staying here is because the hell with them. Nuclear winter comes to Illinois, it'll be me and Mike Madigan that are left. No, you can bring Mike Madigan and John Cullerton and all the politicians, and they can bring hell with them, and I'm going to survive. And I'm going to survive to fight to my dying breath in this state because I'm not going to be held up and I'm not going to be chased out of town. But there's a cost to be paid for that, and I don't blame people who have been chased out of town because they want a nicer life for their family at a lower cost. Don't blame them one bit. Bob in West Chicago, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. My wife and I put our exit plan in a couple of years ago. We are not wealthy people. She's a secretary. I'm an auto technician. But our house in West Chicago, taxes are $9,500 a year. Our exit plan to Tennessee, that house is $525.
Yeah. Wow. Thanks for the call, Bob. Thanks. Didn't mean to cut you off, but I had a friend who just texted me the other night. We just landed in Tennessee.
Oh, yeah.
She ran a crisis pregnancy center in the suburbs. Now they're in Tennessee. She's still staying active with it, but it's time to go. Lee in Hammond, Indiana.
Yeah, hi, guys. You know, I'm here in Hammond. I could actually hit the state line with a rock from where I'm at. And we've got a $100,000 house. We're paying about $1,500 a year property taxes. And in this state, and I've done it, you can successfully, a homeowner can challenge their property tax assessment.
Yeah, we can do it here, too.
I understand in Illinois you need a lawyer to do that.
No, you don't necessarily.
No, they just try and get you.
No, thanks for the call, Lee.
We had Dan Patlack on. He said you don't need an attorney.
You don't. But the real benefit to Indiana is you've got a cap. You've got a hard cap on your property taxes as a percentage of value, 1%. We don't have that here, as these numbers
we don't.
As these numbers suggest.
We don't get nice toys. No.
Sean in Elmwood Park.
You may not need a lawyer, but if you hire Zoot Suit Eddie Burke with that gold Rolex for drinking Jameson, you sure get a hell of a break, a lot better than if me and you fill out the paperwork. But you're also living out a key component. What's the average municipal worker's salary and pension plan for those very sewer towns you just described? See, when people want government run like a business, which is the whole new Trump Krishna band, it is running like a business. And it's overthrowing you. It's a coup d'etat of the economy. Because what they understand is the more debt they have, the more money from you. And these are just the examples. We are drowning in the failures. And they're sitting in their desks. They're open today, by the way. They're not open. They don't open because when they do, it's when their cousin needs to go get coffee. That's the only time they open. They're laughing at us. Nobody represents you. Not Durkin with his tight neck shirt and not a Democrat. None of them are representing you. They know you're...
Thanks for the call, Sean. You're breaking up. Text from 630, lifelong DuPage resident, police officer, 24 years. Will be moving to Tennessee when I retire in 2 years. If I had a nickel for every description like that I've heard over the last, I don't know, half dozen years in Chicago.
Yeah. It was Texas. Now everyone's moving to Tennessee.
No, they're moving anywhere and everywhere but here.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Dr. Timothy Goodwin here. If you want a flatter belly and haven't tried my new belly flattening breakthrough, Somobiotics, yet, then I'm looking for you. Over 300,000 people are already loving their belly flattening results with Somobiotics. But I want everyone to be able to try it. That's why I'm giving away free trials right now to everyone who calls in the next 10 minutes. As a doctor, I know many big bellies are actually just bloated bellies. That's why I helped create Somobiotics, to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. Made right here in the U.S. with natural ingredients. If your belly flattening results are too dramatic, reduce use to every other day.
For your free trial, call in the next 10 minutes for details. 1-800-600-2811. Hurry, join the hundreds of thousands flattening their bellies while Dr. Goodwin is still giving trials away for free. 1-800-600-2811. Limit 1 per household. 1-800-600-2811. 1-800-600-2811.
Turnkey, locally owned and operated. They're really the best. And your company's IT partner should be more than just a place you call when you're having computer problems. Today, IT is beyond just hardware and software. IT is about relationships between technology and the people who work with it. And that's where Turnkey IT is different. They're an IT company and a great people company. They help people use IT better. Now, people need help from computers and servers to cloud-based systems. Cybersecurity is very important, and advanced phone systems too. And people also need help finding out what's out there and how to implement exactly what they need, all with the support of an experienced team that resolves issues quickly. You know, people remember the good experiences they receive when working with Turnkey IT. Shouldn't your business receive the same white glove treatment? See what other AM 560 listeners already know about Turnkey IT. Local, reputable, compassionate, experienced. It's easy. Just visit turnkey.pro today. Turnkey IT just does IT better. Visit turnkey.pro right now. That's turnkey.pro. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll talk trade and tax reform with the great George Mason University economics professor Walter Williams at 8:38.
But first, let's go into the newsroom on this Valentine's Day. Plenty of sunshine. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Michael Flynn, no longer the National Security Advisor, stepping down late last night amid questions about whether he discussed Moscow sanctions in talks with the Russian ambassador before the inauguration. Illinois Congressman Adam Kinzinger said Flynn did the right thing.
It was a bad decision to call Russia and talk about this in the middle of, the past administration determining what sanctions were going to look like. But what happened, the big problem is when he lied to the vice president and he became a distraction to President Trump. And I think, as an honorable military man, which General Flynn is, he called the president and said, look, I'm a distraction to you. There's nothing more important than you being successful in your administration, and did the honorable thing.
Retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg, currently the acting National Security Advisor. New Jersey Governor Chris Christie may be up for a job in the Trump administration after all. Christie has a lunch meeting with the president today, fueling speculation the White House does have a post for him. It's not clear when the 180,000 evacuated from their homes in Northern California over a flood threat will ever return. State officials are now requesting federal help as they assess catastrophic damage to the emergency spillway for the Oroville Dam. Two are dead following a car crash in west suburban Maywood. It happened early this morning in the 1100 block of South 9th Avenue. Two young girls remain on life support following separate shootings over the weekend on Chicago's South Side. Investigators still believe the girls were not the intended targets. And a statewide Amber Alert has been issued for a 15-year-old girl abducted from Gary. Chastity Reeves went missing yesterday morning after her mother became a victim of a crime. White Sox pitchers and catchers reporting to their spring training complex in Arizona yesterday. Meantime, pitchers and catchers for the Cubs report today. The news service of Advance Auto Parts. Advance Auto Parts introduces Speed Perks Rewards Program. Spend $100 and get $20 off your next qualified purchase. No cards, no points, no nonsense. See details online at advanceautoparts.com. 8:33, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
It's Galaxy's free sale. Free installation, free design, and free financing.
773-783-8300. Call Galaxy. Did you know that a dirty CPAP system can make you sick? If you knew what could be growing in your mask and hose, you might not sleep so well. But now, SoClean.com has released the world's first and only automated CPAP cleaner and sanitizer. It kills 99.9% of all CPAP germs, and it's completely hands-free. For a limited time, you can try SoClean risk-free for 30 days. Just call 1-800-400-0542.
SoClean changed the CPAP experience for the better. My health has improved. It's simple to use, and I'm not worried about infections.
SoClean destroys CPAP bacteria, viruses, and germs, and it eliminates the daily hassle of washing your system by hand. There's no water, chemicals, or disassembly. Just pop in your mask, close the lid, and presto! Your CPAP system is clean and fresh in minutes. Call SoClean.com to try it risk-free at home for 30 days. This is a limited-time offer, only available by calling 1-800-400-0542. That's 1-800-400-0542.
There's bound to be a good reason when a local startup company becomes an industry leader in only 5 years. Chicago Cut Concrete Cutting achieved this success by offering highly skilled professional services at highly competitive prices. Business owners, project managers, field supervisors, and procurement managers from many of Chicagoland's top companies depend on Chicago Cut Concrete Cutting. They specialize in industrial, heavy highway, and commercial projects requiring concrete cutting, core drilling, as well as wall, slab, chain, wire, and ring sawing. Chicago Cut Concrete Cutting will complete your project on time and on budget. Demolition and sealing services such as silicone and hot tar are also available. For an estimate or questions about your project needs, call Chicago Cut Concrete Cutting, the cutting edge in concrete cutting today at 773-282-2CUT. That's 773-282-2288. Or visit ChicagoCutConcreteCutting.com.
This is Eric Metaxas. Over the last year, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs, and many of you have begun completing your education through Liberty. For those of you who have not taken the step, a new year always offers new opportunities, so why not make 2017 the year you finally decide to finish your degree? Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. So maybe you've procrastinated. You may have even convinced yourself that you just don't have the time. Well, the only thing standing in the way of completing your college education now is you. So whatever your excuses or reasons, 2017 can be the year you make it happen, but you need to start now. So pick up your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say the keywords Liberty University. That's pound 250 and say the keywords Liberty University. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University online. Dial pound 250 and say the keywords Liberty University.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that this product works. I even recommended it to my mother, and she's been taking it, and she's 89 years old.
Makes me feel good. It really does. I could feel a change in my well-being. Let's put it that way.
So far, it has helped my irritable bowel. So I'm just praying that it just keeps going, because you don't know. This was a dreadful thing. Dreadful.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Balance of Nature, you guys are awesome. God bless you.
This is the year. It's time to sell or buy your home. The realtor you choose should have experience and success. Hi, I'm John Wright of the Wright Real Estate Group. We've sold 1,100 homes in 142 towns and municipalities in Chicagoland. Chances are you know someone who has sold or purchased a home from the Wright Real Estate Group of Keller Williams. Let our success be your success when buying or selling a home. The Wright Real Estate Group doesn't rely on celebrity endorsements to sell your home. We rely on results. When you're ready to buy or sell a home, call me, John Wright, at 630-407-1641 or log on to WrightRealEstateGroup.com. Sell or buy a home through the Wright Real Estate Group, and we'll donate $500 at closing to Food for the Poor to feed 10 children in your honor. Call 630-407-1641. The Wright Real Estate Group of Keller Williams. Moving at the speed of right.
Townstone Financial is synonymous with great rates, low closing costs, and phenomenal service to the thousands who have completed purchases and refinances with us since 2002. Hi, my name is Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Let's hear about the Townstone experience from one of our customers.
With my house here in Chicago, you guys did my first mortgage, and then we just did the second one on a refi. You told me, hey, I can get your rates down and have zero out-of-pocket costs. I'm like, okay, why not? It's been an amazing process. I wouldn't have done this if I didn't believe in you guys. You guys are amazing from the beginning to the end. From the communication, replies are within like 10, 20 minutes if, you're not in another phone call or something. Signing all the paperwork, it's just on point.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now, Barry Sterner, at 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111. Or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financials, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Illinois, mortgage licensee 6629 and NMLS 136639. Equal housing lender.
8:39 and a check of the roads at our alarm detection systems traffic center. Here's Jim.
Mike, the inbound Edens is 23 minutes from Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 29. The Kennedy, an hour and 3 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 43 minutes from Manheim, 35 in the Express, outbound 31 to O'Hare. The Ike, an hour and 7 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, 52 minutes from Manheim, outbound 36 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 8 minutes, 3:55 to the drive, clear outbound. Ryan is 33 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford jammed 80-94 to Poor Siblings. Right lane blockage after a car fire. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Clouds and sunshine today, windy and mild, high 48. Currently 34. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Grow My Retirement with Bill Geiger of Geiger Wealth. Tune in Saturday afternoons at 2 for Grow My Retirement with Bill Geiger of Geiger Wealth.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Tiny Dancer's going to see the big guy today. Going to the White House, talk to Trump after he sat down with newly minted Attorney General Jeff Sessions to talk about that.
That pending
case. That op-ed that Loretta Lynch wrote about the Chicago Police Department that she presented as a report on the occasion of helping Tiny Dancer to launch his re-election campaign before Trump's inauguration. And
saying that they have to change the training policy, get rid of that 35-year-old video.
Yeah, it's all training.
Yeah,
that's the issue. And because it's a systemically racist institution, the Chicago Police, like every police department, at least every police department that came under the purview of Attorneys General Holder and Lynch during the Obama era. I wonder if Jeff Sessions may throttle that back a little bit. May chart a different course with respect to DOJ's posture towards local law enforcement. So we'll see. That's certainly part of the conversation. And
he wanted more funding. He wanted more federal agents.
Well, that's what he's going to be talking about with Trump is, I hate you, you're terrible, you're a racist, you're a homophobe, you're a xenophobe, you're a misogynist, you're all those phobias and isms that the people mooning your building say, and now give me $5 billion.
Now, where's my money?
Yeah.
Put it in this bag, and I need my money. Well, Rahm Emanuel knows how Washington works. I mean, chief of staff for Mayor or for President Obama, and then when he was a congressman, he was in charge of getting people in line to vote the way he wanted them to vote, and he'd even meet people at the gym, Dan, going to the locker room to make sure that they voted his way.
Yeah, right.
His way or the highway.
Yeah, right. Here's the deal: Tiny Dancer and Bruce Rauner. They have something in common, it seems to me. I think there's enough of evidence at this point. I wonder if people agree. And it's not just the membership of the same wine club. Neither one of them are executives. You see, most people don't appreciate this because Bruce Rauner is so fabulously wealthy and he's made so much money in private equity. And he did, but he was a salesman. He's the guy that raised the money. It's not like he was running companies. And it seems to me, Tiny Dancer's a hack. He's just a political operative. That's all he's been. And so after it all started breaking apart, shortly after Tiny Dancer was elevated, much to the applause of the compliant Chicago press corps, new sheriff in town, he's a tough little hombre, and he's going to make the difficult decisions. Well, of course, none of that has come to pass in 6 years. No, because he's a thug, and that means he's a coward. He's a punk. He's a pansy. That's what Tiny Dancer is.
He's a dancer.
He's a dandy.
He was on So You Think You Can Dance competition.
And so that's why you've seen the destruction of Chicago accelerate under Tiny Dancer, and it will continue to. That's a fact. Now, that's the fact of the last 6 years. Give me a measurement. Give me some standard by which you want to measure Chicago, and we'll see what's happened over the last 6 years.
Ever. They're even taxing our garbage now. I know it's $10 a month, but still, it's $10 more a month I don't want to spend. And the crime rate's up, and the homicide rate, and my neighbors had a bullet through their front bay window, and police didn't show up because no one was hit.
And
so
because
our police officers are all sent to the west and south side.
And so at the parallel at the state level, we have a situation where it's a bit ironic because Rauner was such a great salesman. He was a fabulous salesman. He raised all that money and generated a return. His firm did for investors, and that's why he's fabulously wealthy. And he's been a terrible salesman for his turnaround agenda, and he's been a terrible salesman for the big ideas that provide the foundation of that turnaround agenda. That's why he's in the place he is. That's why he faces the prospect of a difficult re-election against Diamond Joe Quimby Kennedy. And that's a fact.
Is that shirt button, that top button, been released yet on Kennedy? Chris Kennedy?
Yeah, the sash is being prepared.
Ooh.
And so what about that? Do you find that it turns out that, these tough guys, big talkers, running government like a business, or because he was the president's chief of staff, which is a political operative position. You don't have to be Jack Welch to be the president's chief of staff. I hate to break it to people. It turns out that, maybe that's overstated in terms of the skill set that it brings to a very complicated political environment like Chicago or like Illinois. Could that be the case? Seems to me it's turning out to be the case. So there's always a reason why things are the way they are. And I got to tell you, the reliance on Mike Madigan as a boogeyman to explain all the ills, of course he's responsible, and he's principally responsible. He doesn't care about this state. He doesn't care about your family. He doesn't care about your home value. He doesn't care about any of those things. He cares about his political power. That's what he cares about. So I understand he's a problem. And I understand what's happened under his watch. But, it's the old John Wooden philosophy of competition, which is if we do what we're supposed to do, then it doesn't matter what they do. And it seems to me the Republican Party in this state, and I'm sorry to say more than 2 years in now, and on the cusp of yet another budget address, which I expect to be relatively vanilla tomorrow from the governor, that we need to be honest with one another. Otherwise, we're just shining each other on, and we're going to wind up in the same place in another year, another 2 years. I'm kind of tired of that. I really am. So nothing personal, but I think, you have so long a probationary period, then it's time to make some assessments. And so are we doing the things that we should be doing so that it doesn't matter what they do? Difficult to make that case. Maybe some of the things. Some progress, politically, minor, modest. And I say that as somebody in that space trying to, to play my own part to advance political structural change and personnel change in state government, and certainly not been successful as I hoped I'd be in my role there. So I'll take my share of the blame and the failure. But I just wonder if we can have an honest conversation about this rather than just kind of the cheering for the home team. You cheer for the people wearing the R's, we cheer for the people wearing the R's, and they cheer for the people wearing the D's, and we just play this stupid, lowbrow game of it's a competition between my guys versus your guys. How is that working out for you, us, the city, the state? We're just going to keep doing the same thing. And, you got to, he's not mad again. And for the Democrats, he's not Ronner. Where does that get you? Get you a home that's down 25 to 50% in property value over the last decade. That's where it gets you.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Today on this Valentine's Day, February 14th, you're going to love the sunshine, that's for sure. We'll have plenty of it. A few high clouds later in this afternoon. And the wind kicks in, but it will be mild, a high of 48 degrees tonight. The brisk and cold weather returns for a few days. We'll have a low of 23 and tomorrow high in the mid-30s. Let's get the latest. And if there's any joy on the roadways in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center, here is Jim Talamonte.
Hello, Amy. Good morning and happy St. Valentine's Day. Unfortunately, there have been some major crashes today. The biggest in Maywood early this morning still has 9th Avenue closed from Madison South to Wilcox, and there's one in Des Plaines. Wolf Road has been closed for over 2 hours now from Birchwood and Howard. That's north of I-90. Veterans Memorial Tollway southbound, it's jammed from the Army Trail Toll to St. Charles. Crash there, moved to the left shoulder. Northbound, just a little heavy from Maple to the Reagan Tollway. Eden's inbound stop and go Willow to Lake Avenue. The left lane's blocked for bridge inspection. Got a report of falling debris there at Lake Avenue. It's 25 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 26. The Kennedy, an hour and 3 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 31 minutes. The Eisenhower's an hour and 15 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 34 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour and 8 minutes, 3:55 to the Drive. Ryan, 31 minutes, 95th to downtown. And Lakeshore Drive, really jammed. Hollywood to North Avenue, 40 minutes, Hollywood to Monroe. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Running a business can be challenging, especially here in Illinois. That's an understatement. Mountains of regulations on top of taxes and fees and more may be coming. Business owners who manage to survive and thrive deserve to be recognized, and that's exactly what we here at AM 560 are doing. This spring, we're hitting the road on the AM 560 Business Tour presented by Signature Bank. It's a way for us to celebrate local businesses overcoming the odds and succeeding in spite of the many challenges they face. Think of it as making businesses great again. We want to give back to the business community by broadcasting this show live from various locations throughout Chicagoland. Does your business have a great success story? If so, we want to hear about it. Go to 560theanswer.com/business and fill out the brief form to tell us about how you and your business are beating the odds to serve your clients and your community. We're selecting several more businesses as stops in our AM 560 Business Tour. We'll broadcast from your location, as we did with Service Master in Downers Grove last week, and we're in Addison tomorrow. To share your success with our audience, go to 560theanswer.com/business to tell us your story. It's 560theanswer.com/business, and we may be stopping at your business this spring on the AM 560 Business Tour, sponsored by Signature Bank.
Hi, I'm attorney Stephen Leahy, and I help business owners, 1099 employees, and those with unfiled tax returns solve their IRS problems. And I'm also the host of the IRS Radio Hour.
And I'm Jim Leahy, the co-host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard right here every Sunday evening at 5 on AM 560.
The Answer. I know you want a local attorney you can look in the eye and hold accountable for solving your IRS problem, not some big box outfit without a Chicago connection. So today we have a special offer. A good night's sleep.
A good night's sleep? Are you trying to give away a pillow?
Great guess, Jim. But no, I want to help people solve the problems that are keeping them up at night. If you fear the IRS will take away your money, freeze your bank account, garnish your wages, visit your home or job, and now they can take away your passport, you need to hire me to solve your IRS problem for good.
Call attorney Stephen Leahy, your Chicago IRS answer man at 312-664-6649, 312-664-6649, and get the IRS out of your business and your life for good.
Hey, there's a lot of talk right now about school choice. Well, if you've always felt like you didn't really have a choice to send your kids to a private school because of the cost, then listen up. We want to remind you, or maybe tell you about for the first time, halfpriceschools.com. At halfpriceschools.com, you can find local private schools from all over the Chicagoland area, even Northwest Indiana, that are offering vouchers for a full year of tuition at half the price. There's no catch. Find a school near you, purchase a tuition voucher, and prepare to send your child off to school this fall It's that simple. HalfPriceSchools.com has schools located all across Chicago, including Chicago, Downers Grove, Antioch, Aurora, Romeoville, Kankakee, just to name a few. So make private schools a real option for your family for the first time, but do not wait. These vouchers always sell out. Visit HalfPriceSchools.com today. That's HalfPriceSchools.com.
A storm is on the horizon, and you need to keep the lights on no matter what. Your business relies on the power being on 24/7. It's the lifeblood of your data and computer systems. Weather-related outages from the power company are not acceptable. Your need for a source of power that's reliable 24/7, along with round-the-clock service that can dispatch technicians to your site immediately, is mission critical. Your business needs Charles Equipment Energy Systems on speed dial. These are the big boys, not residential or solar, but reliable industrial generators for emergency backup or events. When you need more than a 100-foot extension cord plugged into a small engine generator, call Charles Equipment Energy Systems. They keep the lights on with rental generators for job sites or power outages. Stay warm this winter. Plan ahead. Call now to prepare generators for winter storms and potential power outages. Call 630-834-6000. That's 630-834-6000 or charlesequipment.com. charlesequipment.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, Sarah Silverman sees Nazis everywhere she goes.
Ha ha ha. Yo, she was walking to get coffee on Sunday and she saw these markers on the ground that she thought were swastikas. And what actually were they, Dan?
They were standard markers on sidewalks to aid utility workers. So she tweeted that with a, "Do neo-Nazis not have Google? Is this an attempt at swastikas?" That's what she... So there was the response, like Stephen Miller at Red Steez.
Yeah,
who's
he's
very
great.
funny. He two guys looking at one of those construction laser levels. Check it out. I've even spotted a couple of Nazis in broad daylight testing some sort of abortion prevention laser device. Then he's got a utility worker at a meter. I photographed a Nazi in uniform even giving a salute. And a guy in a crow's nest working on a utility pole. Here's another Nazi I spotted to raise an iron cross. Notice it looks just like a T for Trump, on and on.
But she said, yeah, it's a construction marker. Innocent mistake for a Jew that gets, I don't even want to repeat that.
No, we're going to repeat that.
You say it. I'm not saying burn. I don't want to
She
read that.
responded,
I can't read that.
Innocent mistake for a Jew that gets burned in an oven at least weekly on Twitter. She's comparing herself with this false accusation of Nazism to someone who was murdered in a concentration camp. This is the unhinged left. This is the Women's P-March spokesman type.
That is Sarah Silverman.
Drink it in.
When I hear realtors boast about servicing a 3-county area or selling a home every 15 minutes, I think, what level of service could their clients possibly be getting? This is Chris Jacobs with Century 21 affiliated in Inverness, and my message is a little bit different. If being a realtor for more than 20 years has taught me one thing, it's that all real estate is local. While I can't say I'm the #1 realtor in the country, I can tell you that over the past 10 years, I've sold more homes in Inverness than anyone else. My team specializes in Inverness, Palatine, and Arlington Heights. We pride ourselves on providing our clients exceptional customer service and local market knowledge. So if you're selling your home or looking to purchase a property in our area, then call me, Chris Jacobs, at 847-401-4859. That's 847-401-4859.